what it's like to play at home. The fans are going to be here. It's college game day. So back to the SEC and back to a great challenge.
Your quarterback, Garrett Nussmeier, is off to a great start. He leads the SEC in touchdown passes. And a lot of that, the first two opponents have kind of challenged him to throw the football.
Yeah, interesting enough. I didn't think that would be the case, but that has been the medicine that they thought would be the way to stop this offense. And I think we've shown that that could be a tough way to have a win. But he's done a great job. And we've got talented receivers. We've got depth at that position. Our tight end, Mason Taylor's had a great year. We haven't given up a sack. I think we'll see a little bit more balance today. They play both 3 down and 4 down. So I think we'll get a little bit of both. They've got an outstanding front 4, 2 excellent edge pass rushers. So we'll be challenged today. I think you'll see a little bit of both. We're going to have to run the football and throw it. But that's what you expect in the SEC.
Let's talk a little bit about this South Carolina offense. When you talk about big quarterback, running back duo, they've got it in Sellers and Sanders. We're familiar with Sanders. He's played in the SEC at Arkansas. Tell us a little bit about Sellers.
So, first-time starter for them. Again, it's very similar to some of the offenses that we've seen where the quarterback is central to the run game, but has a big arm. I mean, he can throw the football 65, 70 yards. So, this is going to be play-action shots down the field, quarterback run game. There'll be some high-percentage throws. They've got some talented wide receivers. So, this for us is about stopping the run and then obviously staying on top of the big plays. Eliminate the big plays today. Let's be gap conscious, doing a good job against the quarterback, and we should be in a good position.
Coach, you've been able to play a lot of players on defense. I remember your first year, I think we had 3 defensive linemen. You were able to go 2 and 3 deeps in some spot. But today the focus, I think, at the linebacker position, and you got 4 really good linebackers.
No doubt. And I think this is a kind of offense where you probably see less nickel and more of a 3 linebacker set. So, again, I think you're going to probably see the 3 best linebackers that we have on the field at all times, which is a good thing, right? So you'll see, Whit Weeks on the field all the time. Greg Penn, Harold Perkins, those guys are going to be on the field virtually the whole game because it's not really a nickel kind of day. It's really let's get after it. And, I think that serves us well.
All right, Coach, best of luck this morning here in Columbia.
Thanks, Gordy. Appreciate it.
All right, we'll take a timeout. We'll go back to Chris and Jacob in the box on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Tiger fans, if you want to show up big on game day, you need teammates, cheermates, party mates, end zone dance in the living room mates. But most importantly, you need trusted chip and dip mates. So you grab Tostitos because when the team is counting on you to make the big play of the chip and dip game, you go with the guaranteed win. So this season, team up with Tostitos, proud partner of LSU Athletics.
A Louisiana vacation is different for everyone. My Louisiana is a dance in the street celebration. Or it could be the tranquility of a sunrise over the water.
Sometimes it's an airboat ride in a gator-filled swamp.
Or it's kicking back with a bowl of gumbo and some live music. But for you, well, it could be whatever you want it to be. Because when you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul. Visit findyourlouisiana.com.
Hey, Tiger fans, it's time to savor the celebration with Noel Tequila from Noel Spirits. This year marks 100 incredible years of LSU football in legendary Tiger Stadium. What better way to savor the celebration than with Noel Tequila, the official tequila of LSU Athletics. Noel Spirits is the only Louisiana distillery offering authentic tequila. Enjoy Noel Tequila in Tiger Stadium with a delicious Tiger Rita or one of their new ready-to-drink tequila cocktails. Learn the unique Noel Spirit story at noeldistillery.com.
Louisiana pests can be a formidable opponent, but J&J Exterminating is ready to tackle them on their own turf. J&J Exterminating is Louisiana's largest independently owned pest control company, and we know what works in Louisiana's climate, from ants to termites and everything in between. J&J Exterminating will protect your home or business with 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Get the shield.
J&J Exterminating. Yeah.
as we move closer to boot meeting ball. It's time to check the game's starting lineups. Presented by Visit Baton Rouge. We're ready. Are you? Baton Rouge, Louisiana's capital city. Here again is Jacob Hester on the countdown to kickoff from the LSU Sports Radio Network.
And welcome back into Williams-Brice Stadium here in Columbia, South Carolina, where all morning it was cloudy, it was gray, but that has changed. The clouds have separated. The sun is making its first appearance here on the early morning, and it looks like we are actually going to have some good weather for this contest between the Tigers and the Gamecocks. For the starting lineups, we will start when South Carolina has the ball for your LSU Tiger defense. At defensive end, number 35, Savion Jones. At defensive tackle, number 93, Ahmad Bro. Freshman, big moment for him. See if he can step up there for the LSU Tigers. Opposite him, defensive tackle, number 99, Gio Piaz. At your other defensive end, number 4, Braden Swinson. At linebacker for LSU, you'll see a couple of different guys there. Number 18, Greg Penn III. Of course, you'll see number 7, Harold Perkins Jr. And you just heard head coach Brian Kelly. You will see a ton of number 40, Whit Weeks on the field. At your star position, number 8, Major Burns. At corner for LSU, number 1, Ashton Stamps. On the opposite side of him, number 11, P.J. Woodland. At the safety position for LSU, you'll have number 2, Jordan Gilbert, and also a new starter, no Jordan Allen today. He is out with injury. Number 23, Kyren Jackson, and also expect to see number 3, Sage Ryan. For the Gamecock offense, they are going to be at wide receiver, number 14, Jared Brown. Also expect to see Nick Harbor, number 8. Also at wide receiver, number 3, Amazio Bennett Jr. At receiver also for the Gamecocks, number 19, you're going to have Vandravius Jacobs. On the offensive line for the South Carolina Gamecocks, starting at left tackle, number 74, Josiah Thompson. At left guard, number 52, Kamar Bell. At the center position, number 53, Vershawn Lee. At right guard for the Gamecocks, number 76, Torricelli Simpkins. At right tackle, number 75, Kason Henry. You'll see a bunch of 2 tight end sets for the Gamecocks today, a lot of 12 personnel. The 2 tight ends you'll see out there, number 6, Joshua Simon, and also number 87, Brady Hunt. At running back, you heard Gordy and Coach Kelly talk about him. At number 5, Rocket Sanders, a guy that has played a lot of football in the SEC at Arkansas, now in the backfield for South Carolina. At quarterback for the Gamecocks, number 16, Lenoris Sellers, but don't be shocked if you also see number 1, Robbie Ashford, of course, another guy that we have seen in the SEC when he was an Auburn Tiger. All right, when the LSU Tigers have the football, here's how the Gamecock defense will line up. And pay attention to these 2 names, the edge defenders for South Carolina. Starting out, number 5, Kyle Kennard, a transfer from Georgia Tech, and also one of the most talented freshmen in the country, number 6, Dylan Stewart. That is going to be one of the keys to the game, those edge rushers against LSU's tackles. Inside for this Gamecock defense, number 91, Tonka Hemingway on the all-name team. Also a defensive tackle, number 95, Alex Huntley. South Carolina's defensive front is one of the strengths of their team, certainly something to pay attention to. At Mike linebacker, number 22, Bam Martin Scott. At will linebacker for South Carolina, number 0, Debo Williams. At the nickel position, at number 24, Jalen Kilgore. At corner for South Carolina, number 3, O'Donnell Fortune. Opposite side of him, number 20, Judge Collier. At free safety, number 7, Nick Emmanuel. At strong safety for the Gamecocks, number 1, DQ Smith. For your LSU Fighting Tigers offense, it will line up like this. At receiver, number 2, Kyren Lacy. Number 4, C.J. Daniels on the opposite side of Kyren Lacy at receiver. And then you'll see a handful of Tigers in that third receiver spot. Number 1, Aaron Anderson. Number 0, Xavier Thomas. And you will get number 12, Kyle Parker, back from that elbow injury that forced him to miss last game against Nichols. At left tackle for your Tigers, number 66, Will Campbell. At right tackle, number 50, Emory Jones Jr. Remember, going back to maybe the matchup of the game, those tackles against South Carolina's edge defenders, it is going to be must-watch football. At left guard for LSU, number 72, Garrett Dellinger. At the center position, number 79, DJ Chester. At right guard for the Tigers, Miles Frazier wearing number 70. At tight end, number 86, Mason Taylor. And at running back, you'll see a handful of backs, a little running back by committee. Number 18, Josh Williams. Number 28, Caleb Jackson. And also expect to see number 8, Jawan Johnson. Of course, your starting quarterback for the LSU Fighting Tigers, number 13, Garrett Nussmeier. As far as specialists go for South Carolina, handling the place-kicking duties, Alex Herrera. Your punter is going to be Kai Kroger. You will have Juju McDonald handle not only kick returns, but punt returns for the Gamecocks. For LSU on special teams, Damian Ramos will be your place kicker. Peyton Todd, number 38, will be the punter. Also handling kickoff and punt return duties, number 0, Xavion Thomas. That is how it lines up here today at Williams-Brice Stadium, Columbia, South Carolina. And when we come back, Gordy and I will give you the recipe for success for your LSU Fighting Tigers here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
A strong power game is the key to winning on the field and off it. With available Pro Power onboard, the Ford F-150 acts as a mobile generator to keep your job site running on the workday and your tailgate rolling on game day. No wonder Ford F-Series is America's best-selling truck, 47 years straight. Ford F-150 and your Southern Quality Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of LSU Athletics. See Owner's Manual for important operating instructions.
Baton Rouge isn't just the capital of Louisiana, it's the capital of college football. The fans, the players, and of course, the food. When it comes to Saturdays in the fall, there's no place quite like Baton Rouge. And the fun extends beyond the tailgate, with plenty to do off campus. Explore some of Baton Rouge's best sites, visit our incredible museums, and enjoy the sweet sounds of swamp blues. Born right here in Louisiana's capital city. Check out visitbatonrouge.com for more things to do on your next trip.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of LSU Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Hey Tiger fans, looking for the perfect place to stay on game day? Make it the Marriott Baton Rouge. Just minutes from campus, you'll love their stunning outdoor pool space and the convenience of on-site dining. Pre-game at River Rouge, the hotel's own restaurant and bar, where the good times start before kickoff. Then relax in style after the win with everything you need right at your fingertips. Visit Marriott.com/BTRMC or call today. Rooms are filling fast. Go Tigers!
The action of LSU Fighting Tiger football is mere moments away as we continue on the countdown to kickoff. Here's a look at the recipe for success, presented by BRQ Seafood and Barbecue, the official catering service of LSU Athletics. Visit brqrestaurant.com. Back to the booth with former Tigers, Jacob Hester and Gordy Rush on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
All right, we are back here inside of Williams-Brice Stadium as the Tigers and Gamecocks are about to kick off. But before we get there, Gordy, let's talk about recipe for success for the LSU Tigers. And I don't think this one's hard. It is going to be those edge rushers that we talked about, Kyle Kennard. You also have very talented freshman, Dylan Stewart. For South Carolina, that is maybe their biggest strength. What's the biggest strength for you on offense? It's probably your pass protection from your 2 projected first-round pick tackles, Will Campbell and Emory Jones. For me, Gordy, it's pretty simple. That is going to be the story of the game. If you look up and the edge defenders for South Carolina have, 3.5 sacks and they force a fumble, well, South Carolina's going to have a lot of success. And if LSU stops them in their tracks like they have done, it's been a long time since Will Campbell has given up a sack. He has not even given up a pressure yet this year in pass protection. If you're able to kind of keep them at bay and not allow them to have those game-changing moments. And we all know it could be a sack, it could be a strip fumble, it can be a sack fumble, it can be so many different things. That, to me, G, that's the story of the game.
No, I think that's a fantastic story. And, Jacob, I think the things to watch is the LSU offensive line going to be able to handle that front four? They don't need to. SC hasn't really brought a lot of pressure packages because they're so good up front. And if they're not going to bring pressure packages, they're going to play some sort of shell behind it. And if they do that, Garrett Nussmeier, hopefully in LSU's offense, will be able to throw the football a little bit. For me, I'm going to go on the other side of the football. South Carolina, I think, is coming here to run the football. They brought Sean Elliott back. You might remember that name. He was the head coach of Georgia State last year when LSU played him. He's served numerous stints here. He is a tight end coach, and he likes to run the football. And with Sellers and Sanders back there, I think you're going to see a little bit of that counter package that USC had success with. And I think you're going to see certainly Sellers activated as a runner. They're going to look at that Nickel State film. They're going to test LSU's defense to see if they're going to be gap conscious and responsible and not run through gaps. And I think the other side is they want to see if these defensive tackles are up to snuff. Are they ready for SEC play?
Gordy, I would not be surprised when you look at USC's roster. You mentioned Lenore Sellers. He certainly can run the football. You go look at receiver Luke Doty, who has quarterback history here at South Carolina, certainly athletic enough to make the move to receiver. He's even playing some tight end. And then you have backup quarterback Robbie Ashford, who LSU fans will remember from his time as an Auburn Tiger. He had success against the Tigers running the football a couple of years ago. You have three options. And if I'm South Carolina, I look at what Guggenheim did last week for Nichols, a running back that kind of lined up at quarterback. He had it in his history. They did not keep the quarterback on the field. It wasn't a normal Wildcat. They take him off the field, bring in an extra blocker. I think we'll see some of that. And I don't just think it's going to be from Lenore Sellers, Gordy. I think we could see multiple guys, maybe even Rocket Sanders, line up and try to do some of the same things Nichols did a week ago.
You know, no question. And Coach Brian Kelly hasn't made it a secret. He's talking about playing three linebackers, a 4-3, more of a base defense. So what does that mean? Is that an adjustment for Harold Perkins a little bit? So I think absolutely South Carolina is going to test LSU's run fits, and the best way to defend Garrett Nussmeier in this LSU potent pass attack is have him sitting on the bench, run the football. And I think South Carolina just had 57 offensive plays against Kentucky a week ago. And when you look at that, that means they're running the clock and they're owning that time of possession.
Now, Gordy, if we go to the LSU offense, I know a lot of people are wanting to see that LSU run game get going a little bit. You have a running back by committee with Josh Williams, Caleb Jackson. Juwan Johnson could give you something. He scored, got in the end zone a week ago, even just making the move about 10 days ago. Caden Durham also. You could see up to 4 running backs for LSU in this game. I guess I'm just expecting them to continue to grow, but also, like, they've got a long ways to go. It is a group that you'd like to see get going a little bit. We saw some flashes in the USC game, didn't really see a lot. Now, a lot of that was dictated off what Nickel State was doing. They were playing cover one. They said, hey, we're playing man across the board, one deep safety, and of course you're going to take advantage of that through the air. I expect LSU to try to get it going early on the ground, though.
No, absolutely. I think they've got to be able to run the football, especially where the numbers are going to be available. And I think, as you mentioned, first two opponents, especially early, press the line of scrimmage. I don't think South Carolina's going to press the line of scrimmage quite as much. So if LSU's got numbers, are they going to be successful running the football? I think to get some balance today would be a huge plus.
Now, Gordy, one of the storylines here today is going to be you get a couple defenders out for LSU. Deshaun Womack going to be out. Jordan Allen going to be out. And as you all know, I mean, the defensive tackle position, you had a huge loss. Jacobian Guillory goes out for the year. So you're going to have some new players in there. One of those is going to be Ahmad Bro. He is a true freshman from Ruston, Louisiana. And he, played edge in high school, gains weight during the offseason, moves inside. And you mentioned defensive tackles. That is going to be probably the position to pay attention to. What does the rotation look like? How long is Ahmad Bro, a true freshman? Is he going to be in there a handful of plays? And it's a position where you were already thin. You lost Guillory, and now, you just need guys to step up that maybe you weren't counting on before the season.
Yeah, what hadn't been talked about this week is South Carolina's offensive linemen returning starts, the guys that they have returning an offensive line. If you add them all up, 6 most in a NCAA Division I football. So you have a lot of experience there. So all the above, right? LSU had some struggles with run fits. You're questioning about these defensive tackles. We think we're going to see Harold Perkins potentially in a little bit different role. They're going to try and run the football today.
Gordy, I want to go to a position you know very well, the safety position. Jordan Allen was your starter in the first couple of weeks. He is going to be out. It's going to be probably a mixture of Sage Ryan and Kyren Jackson. Now, we have seen Sage Ryan certainly in his LSU career play safety. but communication is going to be key. You're on the road. It's going to be loud. Even when their offense is out there, communication is still going to be something you have to get done. And I always get a little nervous in the defensive backfield when you got some new bodies in there, making sure you're all on the same page.
It's a great point. I watched South Carolina's pregame warm-up, and the set of plays they went through as a full team unit. 3 times they went into a bunch formation with a lot of movement. So they know that Allen is down 1, and they're green. The safeties are green. They're back there. They hadn't played a lot of ball together, so you'll see a lot of pre-snap movement.
Hey, Gordy, one last thing, because we cannot get out of here without talking about special teams. A couple of war daddies here, so we got to talk about the returners for LSU, Xavier Thomas. Just quickly, it feels different. You have the threat of a guy back there that's going to return it. He's going to be aggressive. Obviously, last week he had a big hit on a punt return. It just gives you a different dynamic back there that LSU's really just missing for a couple of years.
No, absolutely. And today's, to me, is a type of day that there may be some big plays, because it rained here last night. It rained this morning to about 9 o'clock when we got here, and then it stopped. But I've seen a lot of defensive backs, players that are trying to react to a movement have slipped. So I think it's a good afternoon for returners to make somebody miss and potentially take it to the house.
All right, we are getting close to kick, and when we come back here, we'll have your LSU game captains. We'll also have the coin toss. It is about that time, and we'll be back here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Albertsons is making shopping and saving easier than ever. Check out Albertsons For You in our mobile app, where you can shop for groceries and save weekly with digital coupons all in one place. With Albertsons For You, you can earn rewards points every time you shop and redeem them for free groceries. Brand new Albertsons For You members receive $5 off their next $25 purchase just for signing up. Download the Albertsons app or go to albertsons.com to sign up. Albertsons, fresh food, local flavors.
At Greenpoint Ag, we know what it takes to help you win on the farm. Whether you're focused on offense or defense, we evaluate the specific needs of your operation through every stage of your growing season to bring you the best in farming. Your success is our passion, so don't settle for a field goal when you can score a touchdown. Greenpoint Ag is game day ready to serve as your trusted agronomic advisor. Learn more about our full array of agronomic and ag technology services at greenpointag.com. Farmer owned, locally focused. We are Greenpoint Ag.
Hi, I'm Kevin Falk, LSU Hall of Famer. My years at LSU were amazing. I've always loved celebrating with my teammates, especially when someone was serving up some delicious Manda sauce. For a lot of Tiger fans, it's just not game day without Manda in the mix. Serving top quality sauces and original seasoning is Manda's strong side, but it's Manda's flavor that's always got me running back for more. You get it? Running back for more. After 75 years, the flavor still says it all. Manda Fine Meats, the official smoke sauce of LSU Athletics.
Join the school with a winning track record in education. LSU Online and Continuing Education offers over 150 degrees, certificates, and courses, meaning there's a program to match your specific goals. Earn the same on-campus degree from wherever you are. From application to graduation, student support coaches provide one-on-one support to ensure you finish a champion. Start your journey at online.lsu.edu.
Here come the Tigers. This has been the countdown to kickoff. It's game time for LSU Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
All right, and welcome back in here to Williams-Brice Stadium. We are getting set for the opening coin toss. And your LSU game captains today, only two captains for the LSU Tigers. Right tackle number 50, Emory Jones Jr., and also number 0, Paris Shand. That will be your game captains for today's contest. Gordy, I thought you were going to actually be pretty safe here today as we get ready for the coin toss. It looked like you're going to have some cloud coverage. Looked like you're going to have some pretty nice weather. I hope you got your sunscreen, and I know you're always humidity ready being from Louisiana.
Well, we walked out here. We thought we were going to get a break here, 72 degrees, and then the sun came out, and then the humidity came out. But right now we got a little bit of cloud cover. Hopefully it'll stay and give us a nice, cool afternoon as we got 2001 Space Odyssey is Hadn't seen this one in a while. LSU hadn't been here since 2008 as South Carolina takes the field. There's a caboose on the field on the other end zone, and Cocky, the Gamecock mascot, about to jump out. We got a little bit of extra here with ESPN Game Day. Did we find out who picks who on ESPN Game Day, Jake? Do you have the latest on that?
You know what? We got to go back and we got to do some research there, because that is something that we got to find out here before boot meets ball. But, yeah, I do want to ask you real quick. The weather conditions were maybe something that could be a storyline in this game. Obviously, LSU is a team that wants to throw the football. They've got a lot of passing yards, and Garrett Nussmeier is tied right now for the nation's lead in touchdown passes. Weather was going to be something that was going to be talked about. But from here, now I'm a little bit farther away from the field than you are. You're right there on the 50-yard line.
Right.
What are the conditions down there?
Feels good. Feels in real good shape. A little torn up on the outside, but it like I said, it stopped raining at 9 o'clock, and we didn't get a lot of rain last night, so I think it's just fine. I think it really actually favors the passing team, which is LSU, because it is a little soft outside the hashes. Cornerback's got to react, got to plant his feet, might slide a little bit as the captains are walking out.
All right, again, your LSU captains. You're going to have number 50, Emory Jones Jr., number 0, Paris Shand, and here is the coin toss, LSU, South Carolina.
Here we go.
Wait till TV tells us to go. Captains Jason Archie, your referee Jason Yates is your umpire today. LSU, you're the visiting team. You're going to call it. This is heads. South Carolina, the home team. This is heads. This is tails. That's tails. Call it before I flip it. It's called heads. We're going to let it hit the ground. It is heads. You've won the toss. What do you want to do? You're going to defer. You're going to take the ball. Which way are you going to kick?
Alrighty, so LSU has won the toss. They've elected to defer, so South Carolina's going to start on offense. Jake, they'll be going from left to right on your radial dial. Take it away, Hess.
All right, LSU decides to defer. A little bit different strategy there for the LSU Tigers. And now we'll welcome back to the broadcast the voice of the LSU Tigers, our guy, Chris Blair.
Thank you, Jacob. Yes, welcome in, Tiger fans. And as Gordy mentioned moments ago, we woke up this morning to gray clouds and pretty steady light rain. Now we're starting to see some blue skies peek through the clouds as they start to dissipate here on this Saturday officially afternoon in this mysterious Eastern time zone. But we are just about set to go. LSU will kick it off to the Gamecocks to get it started. Gordy mentioned 2001, the entrance for Carolina. Of course, a lot of people know Sandstorm. Williams-Brice, kind of a newer tradition, but that 2001 goes back a long way. And I know you'll appreciate this, Jacob. Tommy Suggs, our counterpart on the Gamecock Radio Network, former quarterback here for South Carolina, saw an Elvis Presley show live. And Elvis, of course, used to come out to 2001 Space Odyssey. He comes back to Columbia, and he goes, hey, guys, I think we got to do that with the team. And they've been doing it ever since. In fact, earlier today, thanks to a gift from Tommy Suggs and his wife, they have named the entrance tunnel to the field now for the Suggs family. So I know you love the King, and that's where it all comes from.
As someone who has a son named Memphis, the only reason he's not named Elvis is because there's one Elvis, and Memphis was the closest thing that I could get. I absolutely appreciate that.
All right, we're ready to get this one started. Again, the crowd is here for the Gamecocks. There's a small smattering of purple and gold on that far sideline in the right corner towards the end zone to our right. Once again, we'll see the return of Aaron Burrell, kickoff specialist from North Louisiana. Sat out last week, still trying to get 100%. Looks like he's good to go. He'll tee it up at the 35-yard line. Back deep for the Gamecocks, McDowell and Harbor. That's Juju McDowell and Nick Harbor. As Burrell will kick this right to left. First half kickoff, as always, brought to you by Cintas, proudly helping local Louisiana businesses stay clean, safe, and ready for the workday for over 35 years. The white towels are spinning and flying throughout Williams-Brice Stadium. They're ready to go. Our officials just about set to go. Jason Autry, our crew chief, and an SEC crew. Ball is teed at the 35, and we get the go-ahead. Burrell gets the green light. The Tigers spread in their special teams formation. Burrell checks to his left and to his right. Now here's the approach. Boot meets ball, and we've got football in Louisiana. This one's kicking out of the back of the end zone, end over end, and the Gamecocks will start first down and 10 at their own 25-yard line. We'll see Lenora Sellers. Jake, you and Gordy talking about him. We've talked about him all week, the redshirt freshman out of nearby Florence, South Carolina. Big guy, 6'3", 242 pounds. You immediately get the comparisons to KJ Jefferson of Arkansas and even Anthony Richardson of Florida. And we heard Coach Kelly tell Gordy before today's game, yeah, he's going to run. He's hard to get on the ground, but he also has an absolute cannon for an arm.
Yeah, he's still trying to figure out a couple of things in the passing game, but you know he has run ability. You mentioned it. He's got the size, and we'll see what this arm looks like in the accuracy today here in Columbia.
Gamecocks dressed in their black jerseys, garnet trim, white pants, white South Carolina helmets. On 1st and 10 from the 25, they'll dump it off into the flat. A broken tackle and running up the near sideline, up near the 40-yard line. On the completion, easy pitch and catch. And again, a chance to make the tackle, unable to do so. And a 17-yard gain sets them up to the tight end, Joshua Simon, senior out of Dalzell, South Carolina. That one a little too easy, and I'm sure Coach Kelly did not appreciate the missed tackle near the line of scrimmage. So first down and 10, the Gamecocks moving, and they'll hand it off and up the middle between right tackle, up across the 45, near the 48-yard line. Braden Swinson in there to make the stop. Raheem Sanders picks up 6 yards on his first carry of the afternoon. The former Arkansas Razorback, hobbled by injury last year with the knee, limited in action for the Razorbacks, and then had to work a shoulder injury and miss spring ball with the Gamecocks. But he's a gamer when the lights are on. Here's a quick slant. Catch going to be made into LSU territory down to the 44-yard line. Bringing it in is Jared Brown. Something tells me, Jacob, they may have picked up on Nichols' success last week on the quick slants. That one looked too easy.
Yeah, it looked just like last week. I mean, it's an easy pitch and catch, and if you're not going to stop him from going inside, they're going to take advantage of that all game long.
First down and 10 for the Gamecocks, and now at the LSU 42. They'll run, go right side, and have room inside the 35 to the 30. It's Sanders again with a pickup of 12 yards. Tigers eventually getting down to Deshaun Spears making the tackle defensively, but once again bringing the running back down in the secondary. Not what LSU was looking for. It'll be first down and 10 as they are just tearing up chunks of yards on this opening drive. First and 10 now at the LSU 31-yard line. They'll send one receiver out wide to the right, two to the left, two to the right side. Now they'll motion the tight end right to left to the formation. Snap back to Sellers, looking to throw, dumps it off underneath, and this time it's incomplete at the 25-yard line. Good job by Stamps on coverage. Again, they were looking for Jared Brown, but finally the Carolina Gamecocks slow up a little bit on this drive. It'll be second down and 10 now at the LSU 31.
That's what you have to force Lenore Sellers to do, right? He's got to prove to you that he can make that throw. We know he can make the throw where it's the slant in the middle of the field, and that's an easy pitch and catch. Make him make difficult throws today.
Tight formation with a receiver to one side. They'll cross buck on the carry, and it's going to be a running back free inside the 10, eventually tripped up and brought down. It's Rocket Sanders again with a huge hole on the right side of that offensive line. He scampers for 27 yards, another first down. It's first down, goal to goal at the LSU 4. Eventually, again, Deshaun Spears having to come up from the secondary and make the stop.
It's the same thing. It's gap integrity. We talked about it last week against Nichols. You have a linebacker, Whit Weeks, that's shooting a gap. The defensive tackle did not know his responsibility. He was a gap over too far, and then you have a free hitter right there for Rocket Sanders.
Empty backfield now for Sellers. He's going to look to run. He'll break it off to the right side, pulled down by the ankles. They'll say he made it to the end zone before being down. Goes right side. Whit Weeks able to trip him up, thought that he would go down, but Sellers uses that 6'2" frame to stretch it out. They'll say it's a 4-yard touchdown, and the Gamecocks take the opening kickoff. Right down the field they go, and they lead 6-0 with 12-14 here in the first quarter. And Jacob, that one looked way easy down the field.
It did, and look, they got momentum early. Think about the first play of the drive. You have the tight end tackle for maybe what would have been a 1-yard loss. You don't make the tackle there, it turns into a big gain, and that gave them the momentum on the drive. 2nd and 11 is way different than 1st and 10, 17 yards down the field.
Alex Herrera on for the point after for Carolina. Here's the snap. Placement is down. Kick is on its way, and the kick is good. South Carolina. LSU wins the toss. They defer. The Gamecocks march down the field. and get on the board. 7 plays, 75 yards, 2 minutes, and 46 seconds off the first quarter clock. And Tigers are down on the road early. Timeout on the field. 7-0 Gamecocks. LSU gets the football for the first time when we return on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Sepsis is the #1 cause of death in hospitals, killing 350,000 people in the United States per year. Deaths from sepsis are preventable with early detection, but the technology hasn't existed until now. At LSU, we teamed up with Our Lady of the Lake Health to develop the first test that identifies sepsis before symptoms occur. It's already saving thousands of lives and changing patient care forever. At LSU, we build teams that win.
LSU Tiger fans are gearing up with real Tigers apparel and merchandise from the official online store at lsushop.net. Get jerseys, sideline gear, polos, t-shirts, hats, official team merchandise from Nike, accessories, and much more. Over 3,600 products, all shipped right to your door. Head to the place real Tiger fans go for the selection only real Tiger fans get at lsushop.net.
When are 3 letters more than 3 letters? When they represent 14 storied universities, generations of tradition and unbridled passion, stadiums and arenas swelled with diehard fans, more than 260 national titles, thousands of All-Americans, and hundreds of Olympians. And the one conference where every catch, shot, swing, and stride just means more.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark, and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Live coverage of LSU Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
South Carolina had a feeling they would be ready to go early in this one, coming in 2-0 on the season. They looked it there on that opening drive. 7 plays, 75 yards, 2 minutes, 46 seconds, and they take an early 7-0 lead. Still 12-14 remains here in the first quarter. Fans, it's the weekend, but that doesn't mean sleeping in. We got Tiger football to watch and Bud Lights to drink. Nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Herrera will tee it up at the 35 for this ensuing kickoff to the Tigers. Back deep once again will be Thomas and Williams for LSU. Xavier Thomas, while we have a moment, Jacob, has certainly been a breath of fresh air thus far, knock on wood. He's really solidified things in special teams, and Coach Kelly has certainly talked about it. It's a great addition out of the transfer portal. Got his first receiving touchdown last week in the win over Nicholas. Here's the approach by Herrera. End over end, spinning kick. Going to wind up a little short. Fielded at about the 6-yard line. Coming up the near side hash, crossing the 15 and the 20 is going to be Thomas. He'll be stopped there, and the Tigers will take over. First down and 10 at the 25. We'll see Garrett Nussmeier again for the first time this afternoon. Nuss has been fantastic through the first 2 games, over 300 yards each, including 302 against the Colonels last week. Coach Kelly saying they wanted to run the ball a little bit today, but we'll see how South Carolina looks to defend. Josh Williams will be the featured running back in this opening drive. He'll be on the right hip of Nussmeier. Tigers will send 2 wide to the right, 2 to the left side. First down and 10. They start from their own 22-yard line, attacking right to left on your dial. Nuss will motion Mason Taylor, the tight end, and the handoff to Williams. Bounces off a defender, tried to stretch it outside. He'll get across the 25 to the 26-yard line on a gain of 4 before Jalen Kilgore able to get him down on the grass. But LSU comes out looking to run the ball. A little delay handoff. It'll be 2nd down and 6 at the 26-yard line of their own.
Look, get more than the offensive line and the blocking scheme gives you. That's what Josh Williams did there on that carry. They need more of that from the LSU running backs.
Shotgun snap to Nussmeier on 2nd down and 6. He'll flip it out into the flat near side. Catch is grabbed up to the 30-yard line with it, and then driven back to the 25. Fortune made the tackle. It was C.J. Daniels that went out to get that pass. Kind of turned awkward, but able to handle it, get his hands on it. And it'll set up 3rd down and 1. The Tigers on the season, 41% on 3rd down conversions. Last year, 55%. Big part of that was, well, Jaden Daniels. 3rd and 1 at the 31. Opening possession for the Tigers, down 7-0 early in the first quarter. Nussmeier will send Pimpton, the tight end, out wide into the slot to the right side. He'll take the shotgun snap. Backside pressure comes, hit as he throws, and it's elevated and incomplete over the hands of Lacy up around the 36-yard line. Again, that backside pressure on 3rd down coming from, I believe, Dylan Stewart, one of the talented ends for South Carolina. And that's what you hate to see if you're a quarterback. He had no idea, did Nuss, that it was about to be contact. Took a pretty good shot after loosening up the football.
Yeah, they actually sub in Gilbert Edmond on that play. He's a bigger defensive end, a bigger edge guy than some of the others they have because they were expecting run, and LSU drops back to pass.
Tigers forced to punt on its way and fielded it about the 33 and running into traffic on the near sideline across the 40 and still fighting for extra yards up near the 45 will be Juju McDowell. 37-yard punt off the foot of Peyton Todd, the Tiger punter. And South Carolina with a 7-0 lead, right back at it offensively. 1st down and 10, and Jacob, relatively good field position. They start this drive at their own 42.
Yeah, you don't get a great punt, you also get a pretty good return, and that's something that we know about a Shane Beamer coach team. That Beamer ball, right? He learned it from his dad. That is going to be something that you are going to find hidden yardage when you play South Carolina. You have to do your best to try to stop that. So far right now, they're winning the field position game with a return like that after a poor punt.
Sellers, who had the 4-yard touchdown, steps into the shotgun here on 1st down and 10 with a single back and Sanders to his right. Design run. This time LSU gets to him and brings him down as he reaches the 42, just back to the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. Savion Jones, the first to get to him defensively for the Tigers. But you can see that develop from up here, Jacob. You have Sanders, who releases a little late as a lead blocker on that right side of the offensive line, and Sellers just follows right behind him. Good job by the Tigers to fight through those blocks, get their hands on him, and number 1, get him on the ground. 2nd down and 10 from their own 42. Sellers drops back 3 steps, looking to air it out down the field. One-on-one ball and broken up. Now flag comes out. Intended receiver, Vandrevius Jacobs. He was the inside receiver. Stamps was on coverage and maybe just a little bit of a bump before the ball arrived. And, of course, Stamps had his back to the football.
Pass interference, defense, number 1. 15-yard penalty for the previous spot includes an automatic 1st down.
I think if he gets his head around, it's a different situation. Yeah. I didn't see a ton going as far as the hand fighting or really grabbing anything. I think he did not try to make a play on the football, kind of got lost. And then we all know when you don't turn your head around, that is going to make it a lot more likely you get that flag.
For the 2nd straight drive early in this one, the Gamecocks now on the Tiger side of the field. After the penalty, 1st down and 10 at the 43. Right now, the Tiger defense looking for a stop. Sellers takes the shotgun snap. He'll give it to Sanders. Went right, cuts back left, and just follows behind his offensive line, works his way down to the 41-yard line. A pickup of 2 for Sanders on the carry. Gio Paez, defensive tackle, transfer from Wisconsin, was there to eventually get credited with the tackle.
Much better with the gap integrity there. That's what these defensive tackles have to make sure they're on all game long.
Fake the handoff, drop it in the flat left side, catch made, and 1st down and then some inside the LSU 30 to about the 28-yard line as Joshua Simon, the tight end again, with his 2nd catch of the game, a gain of 13 yards, and they'll move the chains.
Chris, the ball actually came out there at the end, but South Carolina was able to jump on it. I mean, it's a big hit by the LSU defense. Ball comes out, but it goes right to a South Carolina Gamecock.
So now it'll be 1st down and 10. Carolina on the march for a 2nd consecutive drive. We'll see Oscar Attaway check in at running back for the first time for the Gamecocks. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. They'll set up the screen. LSU's there. Catch is made, and going nowhere with it is going to be Jared Brown. They'll lose a yard. LSU snuffed that out very quickly. It was Sage Ryan who stepped up as the ball arrived. Bear hug tackle, and he goes nowhere. 2nd and 11 back at the 30.
LSU going back to the USC game, the other USC that they've played this year, they've done a nice job on all those now smoke screens of being able to fight through blockers.
They'll spread the field, empty backfield, 5 wide. 3 to the right, 2 to the left. Sellers spread out to his right, and a one-handed grab attempt incomplete down at the 16-yard line. Bennett had his right hand up. Jordan Gilbert was on coverage for LSU, and the throw a little out of his reach. He comes up with that one. That's a Sports Center highlight.
Yeah, it's actually a nice job by Braden Swenson. He was kind of in no man's land because he had coverage responsibilities, but he didn't try to go too far up the field to stop the run there, and it really has an errant pass because he kind of played both really, really well there.
First third down of the day for South Carolina. They're behind the chains, 3rd and 11 at the 30. Big bingo pest product third down for this Tiger defense. Sellers hit as he throws, launches it towards the end zone, curling in the back and picking it off in the end zone. LSU with the interception. Looks like Zy Alexander came up with the INT, first takeaway through the air by LSU this season, and a big one there to turn tide the momentum. South Carolina again looking to go one-on-one down the sideline, but great pressure, Jacob. They got a hit on Sellers as he released it, and it just went fluttering into the air. Alexander found it first, takes the interception in the back of the end zone, and the Gamecock drive comes to an end. Carolina leading 7-0. Timeout on the field. 8:15 remaining first quarter. Tigers with the football after the takeaway. Back after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, Tiger fans. This is Bob McLaren with 44 Farms. We're so honored that you're enjoying our 44 Farms Tiger Dogs in Tiger Stadium. Did you know we've been turning meals into celebrations since 1909? You can do the same by visiting 44steaks.com. Go Tigers! 44 Farms, proud partners of LSU Athletics.
It's not about how you start the job. It's whether or not you finish that counts. The Ford F-150 truck can help. With the freedom to choose between available gas, Power Boost Hybrid, or all-electric powertrains, you'll have the power, capability, and efficiency you need to get the job done right. No wonder Ford F-Series is America's best-selling truck 47 straight years. Ford F-150 and your Southern Quality Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of LSU Athletics.
Things are heating up this summer at the lottery with fun new August games. Feeling lucky? Play beginner's luck. Win up to $5,000. Let's taco about bingo. Play taco about bingo. Win up to $50,000.
It's a hit over toward third. This could be a triple play. It is!
Triple your cash and play 77777 with a whopping top prize of $177,777. Play all 3 games from the lottery. Must be at least 21 to purchase.
Life in Louisiana is a symphony of sound, colors, and movement. It's a celebration of moments, big and small, and Blue Cross is here for it all. You can rely on the strength of the cross and protection of the shield. Your card opens doors to a large network of top doctors to care for you. So live life knowing Blue Cross has you covered for the highs and lows and everything in between. The right card, the right care.
Coverage continues. This is LSU Fighting Tiger football.
South Carolina takes the opening kickoff in today's game, goes down the field 75 yards. Sellers from 4 yards out, the QB into the end zone. It's a 7-0 lead. Tigers forced to punt, and then they go back on defense and get a huge stop on an interception as Carolina's driving deeper into LSU territory. Zy Alexander with a takeaway in the back left corner of the end zone. So the Tigers take possession. It'll be their second possession of the ball game. LSU Athletics would like to thank its Team LSU corporate partners, Cox, McDonald's, Our Lady of the Lake, Albertsons, Louisiana Blue, Coca-Cola, and Hancock Whitney. We'll see Caleb Jackson check in. He'll be the featured running back on the opening play of this drive. Tigers looking for a little bit more. Not much doing in that opening possession. A little bit of pressure by the Gamecock front as well. They'll line 6 at the line of scrimmage. Now they'll back him off as Nussmeier in the shotgun. Jackson on a wing to his left. Taylor, the tight end, motions at the snap. Nussmeier with time in the pocket. Now grabbed by the back of the jersey, lofts it up, and it'll be intercepted at the 25-yard line. Heading the other way and into the end zone with the pick 6 is O'Donnell Fortune. Yeah, they're 2 flags down as Nussmeier was grabbed by the nameplate. As he was letting that go, they didn't quite get the pressure they wanted. They just reached out and grabbed him by the horse collar and brought him down, and I don't think that pick 6 will stand.
Yeah, it looks like the rusher stuck his hand out there. It could be a horse collar situation. Certainly grabbed the back of his jersey. Was it by the pads? Was it by the nameplate? They're talking about it right now.
Personal foul, horse collar tackle, defense number 5, prior to the pass. The 15-yard penalty is enforced in the previous spot and includes an automatic first down.
So the Tigers catch a break there. Again, this Gamecock. LSU 46-yard line. Substitutions coming in on the outside. Anderson and Lacy will check out. We'll see Sampson check in, along with Xavion Thomas out wide. Josh Williams, the running back. 2nd down and 9 from the LSU 46. They trail the Gamecocks 7-0. Shotgun snap, Nussmeier. Swing pass coming near side, Thomas. Carolina has it all covered up. Going nowhere to the 45, the line of scrimmage, but a flag comes out. Judge Collier with a great open field tackle on Thomas, but immediately flags everywhere behind the line of scrimmage.
It's an area where Mason Taylor released on that screen and was engaged. I'm wondering if that's holding on the Tigers.
Yeah, it certainly looked like you are going to see that, G. I mean, not only Mason Taylor, I think the receiver that was blocking out there kind of grabbed some jersey as well. They're talking about it right now, but look, South Carolina's defense is being highly aggressive, and they're bringing numbers. They're putting numbers in the box. They're sending 5 at minimum, it seems like, every single time. I mean, last week against Kentucky was the same story.
So it will be a hold against LSU.
I mean, last week against Kentucky, 22 pass attempts. They brought pressure on 20 of them. I mean, that is who they are. That's who they're going to be.
Holding, offense number 4. The penalty is declined. Results of the play is 3rd down.
So the play lost 2 yards, moves it to 3rd down after declining the penalty. So the Tigers will look at 3rd and 9 from their own 46-yard line. Gamecock defense trying to stir up the crowd here at Williams-Brice. They are responding in fashion. 6:14 clock moving, first quarter, 7-0 Carolina leads. Huge 3rd down for the Tigers. Nussmeier in the shotgun, 3 wide to the right, 1 to the left. Late blitz comes, Nussmeier in trouble, and he will be sacked for the first time this season, way back at the LSU 30-yard line. Bam Martin Scott, the 6-year senior out of Wayne, Indiana. A loss of 15 yards as they bring kind of a delayed blitz up the middle, and Nussmeier tried to spin out of it, but could not get out of the grasp of Martin Scott. And that sets up 4th in a cab ride and will force a punt.
So they were only going to bring 5. They ended up bringing 6 because Martin, the linebacker, was green dogging the running back. When he didn't go out for a route, when he stayed in, he added himself into the blitz. LSU didn't have an answer for it. South Carolina is bringing a minimum of 5 on every single third down. There they brought 6.
They came after Peyton Todd, but the LSU punter gets it away, takes a Carolina bounce inside the 25, and then bounces back. Looked like Gordy Rush's 9-iron there. Went forward and then back to the 25. A 42-yard punt, just under the average of 43 yards per punt by Todd on the season. Timeout on the field. South Carolina leading 7-0. We've got 5:13 remaining. Gamecocks with the ball when we return on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Tiger fans, this is Eddie Kennison, former LSU football wide receiver. If you know me, you know I'm all about making big plays.
Tigers win! Tigers win!
That's why I joined the team at LSU Sports Properties. Our goal here is to help businesses make big plays both on and off the field. If you want to give your brand that competitive edge and be a part of the biggest stage in college sports, give the corporate sponsorship team at LSU Athletics a call. Your brand, our fans. Utilize the power of LSU Athletics to promote your business and sponsor LSU Athletics today. Call 225-578-2788. Go Tigers.
And here's Heather with the weather.
Well, it's beautiful out there, sunny and 75, almost a little chilly in the shade. Now, let's get a read on the inside of your car. It is hot. You've only been parked a short time and it's already 99 degrees in there. Let's not leave children in the back seat while running errands. It only takes a few minutes for their body temperatures to rise, and that could be fatal.
Cars get hot fast and can be deadly. Never leave a child in a car. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
When are 3 letters more than 3 letters? When they represent 14 storied universities, generations of tradition and unbridled passion, stadiums and arenas swelled with diehard fans, more than 260 national titles, thousands of All-Americans, and hundreds of Olympians. And the one conference where every catch, shot, swing, and stride just means more.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15, 10, 5, touchdown! Tigers!
Your home for Fighting Tiger football. This is the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Louisiana, proud to be the official health insurance of LSU Athletics. Louisiana Blue, the right card, the right care. 7-0 South Carolina leading LSU. The Gamecocks with the football after forcing yet another punt after a huge sack. Net loss of 12 yards on that third down play. Gamecocks take over 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line. And Jacob, the number's not good early on. South Carolina, their 2 possessions, 13 offensive plays, 88 yards, averaging just under 7 yards per play. LSU, on the other hand, 9 offensive plays. So far, a net 7 yards, under a yard per play. And again, but for an interception by Zy Alexander, they could be very happy to only be down 7-0 LSU.
And that's a great point. And look, South Carolina right now is the aggressor. I mean, the edge rushers were the story, but that doesn't mean they're just going to line up on the edge and rush. I mean, we saw Kennard there with a twist in a game, and LSU struggled this season to handle those games and get those edge rushers through different gaps.
1st down and 10 from the 25. Sellers in the shotgun will hand it off. It'll be Attaway, and Attaway going straight ahead. Moves the pile maybe a yard to the 26. It'll be 2nd down and 9. Savion Jones again had his hat in there for LSU, along with some teammates to bring him down. 2nd and 9 as we roll under 5 minutes remaining here in the first quarter. Still overcast skies, and now the sun behind the clouds. So everybody getting a little relief from that, at least the sunshine. A little humid here after the rain stopped. On 2nd down and 9, Sellers again with the snap. Going to roll out to his right, flip an option pitch, and the flag comes out. Bounced out of bounds up around the 38-yard line is going to be Joshua Simon, but I think he was beyond the line of scrimmage on that option pitch because Simon was about 2 yards in front of him. So it was a forward pass, but I'm not sure he made the release before crossing the line of scrimmage. Again, we've got flags on the near side and on the far side as they huddle up again. Jason Autry, our crew chief today. Jason Yates, our umpire. Ryan Hagan, our head linesman. Replay official here in the booth is Mitchell Wilkins.
There is no foul for an illegal forward pass. Ineligible receiver downfield. Offense, number 52. 5-yard penalty for the previous spot. Repeat, second down.
So he wasn't beyond the line of scrimmage, but Kamar Bell was too far downfield, the 6-year senior out of Moultrie, Georgia. Flagged for the miscue, and that'll back him up 2nd and 14 to the 21-yard line of their own.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool play design. So Rocket Sanders, the running back, after they faked the zone read, just kind of hung out on the sideline waiting for that pitch.
So now 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right, short side of the field. Motion a receiver out of the slot from left to right side in the tight end. Sellers, 3 steps in the pocket, has time, and fires, catch made up around the 38-yard line near side. It'll be Nick Harbor to bring it in. It's a first down for South Carolina on a gain of 17 yards.
Yeah, that's too easy. That's too easy of a pitch and catch. We talked about Sellers struggles with the difficult throws. The ones he's completed so far, you just have not had the proper technique. That's a lot of cushion on a 2nd and long. They turn a negative into a first down.
Sanders to the left side of Sellers, the QB. Shotgun snap. Handoff Sanders, patient behind the line, trying to find a seam, nowhere to go. He's going to be stood up and backed up by the LSU front. No gain on the play. He got to the line of scrimmage. JBR Suggs was there to stand him up first. The Cavalry followed him. That'll set up 2nd down. They'll say 9, but a long 9, short 10 from our vantage point. Checking out the sticks. 3:16, clock moving, first quarter, 7-0. South Carolina leading. 3rd possession of the day for the Gamecocks. Touchdown on their opening drive, through an interception in the end zone on their 2nd possession of the game. 2 receivers left. Snap back Sellers, looking left all the way. Throws over the middle on the slant. Catch is grabbed at the 45. He'll be stopped at the 46-yard line on a 7-yard gain. Bennett hauls it in a couple of yards shy of the first down. Ashton Stamps did a good job of, after the catch, making sure he came down quickly. And that will set up 3rd down and about 2. Certainly manageable here for South Carolina, who on the year just 29% on 3rd down efficiency.
This could be a 2-chance situation for them. They might even run the ball here for it.
Looks like we had movement by the Gamecocks prior to the snap on that left side of the offensive line. Indeed, looks like Josiah Thompson, the true freshman out of Dillon, South Carolina, got a little jumpy.
Yeah, they were going to run the football. I think they were going to go for it if they didn't pick it up on 4th and 1.
Delay game. Defense, number 35.
Oh, my.
Arm movement simulating a snap. The 5-yard penalty results in a first down.
There's the simulating the snap again.
That is one of the penalties that they feel like they have to call at least once a game, I think.
Mm-hmm.
That is not simulating the snap. That is just shifting and moving. That's been done in football for as long as I can remember and for as long as our listeners can remember. You're just shifting your defensive front. That's not clapping. That's not saying hut. That is not doing anything that hasn't been done for a long time.
So the infraction gives the Gamecocks a fresh set of downs. First down and 10 now at the LSU 49. They'll give it off to Sanders, and Sanders straight ahead makes his way to the 46 of the Tigers after picking up 3 yards. Gio Paez will be credited with the tackle. Again, the Tigers without Jacobian Guillory there, defensive tackle. Sean Washington, Ahmad Bro, Tyree Adams will be called upon, as Coach Kelly said, to maybe give 12, 15 snaps if things go well throughout this game. 2nd down, 7 at the 46. Pistol formation. Sellers going to pull, now try to run to the right side, and he'll step out of bounds at the 41, but a flag comes out after the play. Almost as he got to the near side boundary, there came the hanky.
Yeah, I'm hoping that's a hold on that wide receiver, South Carolina, that was blocking on the edge.
Too, G.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Face mask against LSU.
Ashton Stamps has to know that he cannot peek inside like that. If he is going to be contained on that run there, he's got to do better and be a guy that doesn't jump inside when he sees the quarterback rolling that way. He has got to kind of two-gap that and not give Sellers the edge so easily.
Yeah, finally, after the first series, this LSU front seven's done a better job getting their cleats in the ground and playing good gap responsibility football. It's been on the edge where they broke that down. Absolutely. Stamps don't need you to make a play inside the tackle box. Stay outside in case it bounces.
Another costly penalty now gives the Gamecocks a 1st and 10 at the LSU 24-yard line. Sellers again will pull, trying to follow behind his blocker Sanders, and kind of slipped and goes down as Ashton Stamp comes in to make sure he's down after a gain of 3. It'll be 2nd down and 7 at the LSU 21-yard line.
And that's making the adjustment. We just talked about it. He peeked inside, got too far inside. Sellers got the corner. That was a better job by Stamps. He realized he's not going to make a play inside. Send him back inside to where all your defenders are pursuing from, and that's what happens. You have a 2-yard gain.
2nd down, 7 at the 21. And before they line it up, timeout going to be taken by the Gamecocks here. So South Carolina will burn their first timeout with 1:05 remaining here in the first quarter with a 7-0 lead as they look at 2nd down and 7 from the LSU 21-yard line. It's hard to stop a train, fans, but it's easy to afford one. At trainsouth.com, find an AC and heating dealer and special offers. Trainsouth.com, proud partner of LSU Athletics. Right now, the Gamecocks, 127 yards total offense. Pretty balanced, 65 on the ground, 63 through the air. LSU, as we mentioned, just 7 yards net so far. Again, a 12-yard sack, a big part of that. But those penalties starting to add up. 3 penalties for 35 yards here. We haven't finished the first quarter of action. Gamecocks seem to be satisfied with their powwow on the near sideline. They'll break from the huddle. LSU doing the same across the way.
As Sean Elliott called that timeout, the run game coordinator, tight end coach. Jacob, they're running a lot of different bunch packages, a lot of 2 tight ends, a lot of inverted tight end with an H-back inside of it, trying to confuse that LSU defense and get them to miss an assignment.
Sean Elliott, former head coach Georgia State, got his start in coaching at Appalachian State, now returned to South Carolina. Sellers on a quarterback keeper, breaks through a couple of tackles and spreads it to the right side and eventually gets down inside the 20, out of bounds at the 16 on a gain of 5. Jordan Gilbert would push him into the boundary. And it'll be 3rd down and 2 now inside the red zone. Carolina with the ball placed at the LSU 16.
LSU's corners are going to have to make sure they tackle better. They're better in run support because they are testing them. This is something I thought they would test the middle. I think we all did with the defensive tackle rotation LSU has right now. But it is certainly, like G just said, it is on the edges. They are trying to get their big quarterback on your corners right now on the second level.
Big 3rd down presented by Bingo Pest Products. LSU trying to get the stop, 3rd and 2 at the 16. Quick handoff, Sanders fighting for extra yards after being stopped initially at the 15, but he keeps chugging forward with that low center of gravity. Makes his way down to about the 13-yard line, and he'll pick up the 1st down for the Gamecocks. And that should be the final play of the first quarter. So they'll switch sides of the field. We've played one here in Columbia. The Gamecocks leading LSU 7-0. Carolina knocking on the door when we return. It'll be 1st down and 10 at the LSU 13. 7-0 Carolina. Back after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
It's snack time in Death Valley. Hey, Tiger fans. Bruce Buffer here, voice of the UFC, to talk about my friends at Kudo Protein Popcorn. Kudo Protein Popcorn is now the official popcorn of LSU Athletics and is fueling the LSU football players to victory. Kudo is packed with 5 grams of protein per serving and comes in 3 delicious flavors of white cheddar, garlic parmesan, and salty sweet kettle corn. Head to kudosnack.com and use promo code LSU for 15% off your order. Go Tigers!
Hi, I'm Kevin Falk, LSU Hall of Famer. My years at LSU were amazing. I've always loved celebrating with my teammates, especially when someone was serving up some delicious Manda sauce. For a lot of Tiger fans, it's just not game day without Manda in the mix. Serving top quality sauces and original seasoning is Manda's strong side, but it's Manda's flavor that's always got me running back for more. You get it, running back for more. After 75 years, the flavor still says it all. Man-defined meats, the official smoke sauce of LSU Athletics.
Do you know someone who is the ultimate LSU football fan? Then nominate them for a chance to win the Cox Ultimate Fan Experience. 2 lucky Tiger fans will win a VIP tour of Tiger Stadium, VIP pregame tailgate passes, 2 tickets to UCLA versus LSU, plus sideline passes. Submit your nomination at lsusports.net/cox-ultimate-fan-experience-2/. Best of luck and go Tigers!
Some days you hit snooze, but not today. Today you have to go on a run to get burgers for the tailgate. You've got to haul something heavy, a cooler stocked with Bud Light. When you've got beer and football, nothing is hard, until the other team scores. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus, copyright 2024 Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Second quarter action of LSU Fighting Tiger football, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues from the LSU Sports Radio Network.
We start the second quarter here in Columbia with the Gamecocks leading 7-0 over the Tigers. Time now to take a look at the first quarter stats. It was all Carolina. As we mentioned, LSU probably happy after the first 15 minutes only to be down 1 score. Gamecocks 11 first downs in that first quarter, LSU with 2. Gamecocks, no surprise, going to look to run the football. They had 73 yards on the ground, 62 through the air, 135 yards total offense for Carolina. LSU -2 on the ground, including that sack. Got 9 yards through the air, a total of just 7 yards offensively for LSU in that first half. Garrett Nussmeier 3 of 5 for 9 yards. Lenora Sellers for the Gamecocks 6 of 9 for 62 yards and a touchdown. Fans, don't miss the Brian Kelly Show live from TJ Ribs every Thursday at 7 p.m. Get the latest updates and game insights. The Brian Kelly Show presented by Our Lady of the Lake Championship, health partner of LSU Athletics. Those first quarter stats, as always, brought to you by Hancock Whitney, official bank of LSU Athletics. Gamecocks switch sides of the field. Now they attack right to left on your dial, and they look at first down and 10 at the LSU 13-yard line. Sellers from the far side hash will take the snap, give it to Sanders. Again, showing a little patience, now tries to go straight ahead, makes his way down to the 10. But another positive pickup on the ground of 3 yards for Sanders. Sean Washington was there for the Tigers to make the stop. It'll be second down and 7 at the 10. And Jacob, we were talking during the break, a lot of times with a secondary, you think they're susceptible to the passing game. But Carolina right now exploiting them in the run game.
Yeah, they're really testing Ashton Stamps on the right side. Gordy mentioned it during the break, right-handed quarterback. That's the way that he wants to go. And they're saying, hey, are you going to be run sound? And if you're not, can our bigger quarterback, get past you? And so far, it's been an advantage for South Carolina.
Sellers looking to throw on second down. The throw a little off the mark, going down to get it and hauling it in will be Joshua Simon. He had to go near the grass with both hands and just kind of kept it from touching the turf. It's a gain of 3. That'll set up third down and 4 now for the Gamecocks at the LSU 7. Big third down. Bingle Pest Product third down. Guaranteed overnight extermination with Bingle.
It's actually a really nice job by Whit Weeks. It was man coverage. They motioned the tight end to try to get him free, and Whit Weeks did a fantastic job of kind of fighting through some of the traffic. Even if that was a pass that was on target, he was right there and going to make the stop.
Before setting up, they will call for an official review now, brought to you by Acme Oyster House. So they'll take a look to see if the tight end Simon actually able to make the catch or whether or not he trapped the football. He had to go low, and it was across the way. Our vantage point, hard to tell in real time, and watching it on replay, looks like it will be a no catch. Looks like this will be overturned.
Yeah, ball definitely looked like it hit the ground. He never really even had his hands underneath it. So a couple of yards for the Tigers there to get back and make it a little bit more difficult on this third down.
Yeah, we expect this to be overturned after the review. That will make it 3rd and 7. Again, back at the 10-yard line of the Tigers, trailing 7-0 here. And no surprise, and again, we mentioned not counting that last catch, which now is under review. Before that play, Sellers 6 of 9, but he and Sanders doing the job on the ground.
A little surprised, Jake, if they haven't kept Sellers on the move. From the pocket, he's been real good.
After video review, the ruling is incomplete pass. The receiver did not control the ball prior to hitting the ground. It'll be third down at the 10-yard line.
The finish, other than the slant, he's looked really comfortable throwing the slant from the pocket. Otherwise, getting him on the edge, he looks more comfortable throwing the ball on the run, and you have, obviously, him as a runner out there.
Yeah, I'm with you, Gordy. I mean, that is where he is going to make his hay. Like, you want him to stay in the pocket if you are LSU. Those are plays that he has not shown you that he can make now. When he gets on the run, that is when he becomes dangerous. So I wonder if LSU will change up maybe some of the way the edge rushers are rushing, because right now, anytime they give him any room to go outside and they don't keep that contained, it's where he's most comfortable.
So after the ruling, incomplete catch after review. They back him up. It'll be 3rd and 7 from the 10. So a critical third down. Bingo Pest Product third down for the Tiger defense. Sellers calls for the shotgun snap and has it. Looking to throw. Quick fire on the slant. Broken up down at the 1-yard line. Quick throw looking for Jared Brown, but great coverage and great defense by Ashton Stamps. And it looks like we'll see Alex Herrera come on and try for 3 of 27 yards.
Yeah, I actually liked what LSU did there defensively. They bring 5, and look, they did something that a lot of people have been asking questions about the last couple of weeks. I did see Harold Perkins on the edge rushing the quarterback there, but I thought it was the middle pressure that was really the good play design, because once they saw Harold Perkins on the right side of the defense, actually moved the running back to try to help out over there, and it opened up the other side of the football.
It'll be a 28-yard try for Herrera. Placement down, kick is up. He'll swing the leg, and it is good. And Carolina adds to their lead. It's now 10-0. 13:49 to go here in the first half. So 3 possessions for Carolina, a touchdown to open the game. Tigers get an interception on that second possession in the end zone. And then here they have to settle for the field goal. Jacob, is this a slight win for LSU, giving up just 3?
I think it is. I think you have to stop the momentum, and this does that by a little bit. Now, they still get points, but you have got to stop their momentum, and now you got to count on your offense, a unit that has been really good so far this year. You got to count on them to kind of settle in. They have to understand South Carolina is not going to make it comfortable for you. They are going to bring extra bodies. We mentioned it. 22 pass attempts last week. They brought pressure on 20 of them. That is who they are. And they're doing the same thing here against LSU. LSU has to be able to block that up and push the ball down the field.
13:49 remaining second quarter. Timeout on the field. It's a 10-0 Carolina lead. Tigers get the football when we return on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. Sirius XM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On SEC Radio, there is complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the Sirius XM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of Sirius XM free. Subscribe now. See all for details at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
Sepsis is the #1 cause of death in hospitals, killing 350,000 people in the United States per year. Deaths from sepsis are preventable with early detection, but the technology hasn't existed until now. At LSU, we teamed up with Our Lady of the Lake Health to develop the first test that identifies sepsis before symptoms occur. It's already saving thousands of lives and changing patient care forever. At LSU, we build teams that win.
When are 3 letters more than 3 letters? When they represent 14 storied universities, generations of tradition and unbridled passion, stadiums and arenas swelled with diehard fans, more than 260 national titles, thousands of All-Americans, and hundreds of Olympians. And the one conference where every catch, shot, swing, and stride just means more.
Back to second quarter action of LSU Fighting Tiger football. Presented by Dudley DeBosier from the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Fans, EFCU Financial celebrating its 90th anniversary, and they're proud to be the centennial sponsor for 100 years in Tiger Stadium. EFCU Financial is the Louisiana way to bank. 13:49 remains, second quarter action. South Carolina leading LSU 10-0. Tiger offense trying to get on track here. So far, just a total of 7 yards through a couple of early possessions. The pressure from South Carolina affecting the passing game. They're able to get penetration into the offensive backfield. And the running game not quite on track yet. Davion Thomas, Josh Williams back deep for the Tigers. Herrera will tee it up at the 35, set for the ensuing kickoff. Here's the approach. Puts a foot into it, end over end. Spinning kick, and will be fielded at about the 2-yard line. It'll be Thomas far side, trying to get some lead blockers across the 20. Still upright on his feet to the 25 and just shy of the 26-yard line. And that's where LSU will take over. We'll see Garrett Nussmeier and company once again.
It's a very, very big drive in this game, right? You stop them from scoring a touchdown. You hold them to a field goal. What kind of momentum can you get going back? Again, we know what this offense is capable of. Let's see if they settle down. Now they know what South Carolina is going to do. They can get it blocked up and get the receivers involved here in this game plan.
Well, scrimmage from the far side hash. Nussmeier in the shotgun. One receiver now motion. Thomas from left to right. Nussmeier, a little play action. Pressure coming. He'll throw on the run. Coming back for it. Trying to make the grab up around the 37. Daniels made the grab, but there's also a flag.
Personal foul.
Way back.
Roughing the passer. Defense number 55. 15-yard penalty added to the end of the play. Automatic first down.
So a big hit. Gilbert Edmond delivered the blow on Nussmeier after he released the football, and that'll be a costly penalty for the Gamecocks. So that move them up near midfield.
Yeah, it's actually a really nice job by Garrett Nussmeier of fitting that ball into the only window that was going to have it be a completed pass, because you only had 2 receivers really out and route as they got him on the move.
Daniels made the 11-yard catch, had 15 more after the penalty, and the Tigers look at first down and 10 now at the Carolina 48-yard line.
Yeah, I think they're going to look at targeting on 55. I thought he led with the head. I'm on the other side of the football field, but they're taking a review at this, I guess, on the catch. It could also be, but I'm wondering on if they stopped on 55. No, it's actually on the catch. So they're looking to see whether he got it.
So we go under official review once again, brought to you by Acme Oyster House. While we have a moment, let's pause 10 seconds. Station identification. This is Fighting Tiger Football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hear the Tigers roar worldwide. The LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
Back with you inside Williams-Brice Stadium on this Saturday afternoon. Jacob Hester, Gordy Rush, I'm Chris Blair. It's a 10-0 South Carolina lead. They're taking a look at the catch by Daniels rather, on the 11-yard catch. He came back for it, went down to the ground. It looked like he was able to keep the football on his forearm and in his hand. It's hard to see from the angle we're looking at here as to whether or not he jostled the football and did not have it complete through the catch. I don't know if they had enough evidence to overturn.
Review, the ruling on the field stands. Catch, first down.
So it will be ruled a catch. They confirm the call on the field. Again, that penalty of 15 yards moved the Tigers up, so they will look at first down and 10 at the 48 of Carolina.
It looked like between his arm, his hand, and also the defender's arm.
I'm not sure he ever touched the grass.
Off the ground.
First down and 10 at the 48. Daniels in the slot to the left side. They'll have Sampson out wide to the left. Thomas, the receiver, to the right side with Caleb Jackson, the running back. They'll motion Thomas prior to the snap, hand it off Jackson, trying to run downhill to his right. Carolina again getting those white hats to him quickly. They trip him up maybe 1.5 yards. That's about all. Bengali Kamara able to wrap him up, take him right into the turf. They give him a yard gain, 2nd and 9 at the 47.
Yeah, there was 4 South Carolina defenders for 1 LSU lead blocker. That's certainly not something they were fooled by in the misdirection.
2 wide, 2 to the left, 2 to the right. Nussmeier throws out into the flat, but it's off the mark and out of the reach. Looking for Kyle Parker, his first target of the day, but that throw off the mark. It'll set up quickly 3rd down and 9 at the 47, and here comes the Williams-Brice crowd into it.
Now look for him to come back maybe to that play. Aaron Anderson streaking down the sideline by himself. They read that one. Both defenders immediately, before the ball was thrown, go to the flat receiver there. That's something they can certainly come back to.
1 for 3 on 3rd downs for LSU so far today. Big 3rd and 9. Juwan Johnson the converted safety, former high school star. A quarterback at Lafayette Christian checks in at running back. He'll be on the right hip of Nussmeier. Snap on 3rd and 9. Here comes the pressure. Flag comes out, setting up the screen, but it's incomplete. Hits the back of an LSU offensive lineman. I'm not sure who was the intended receiver, maybe Johnson, but he was covered up by plenty of Gamecock defenders. But a flag down near side at about the 46. That came out immediately at the snap.
I mean, this crew, after every flag they throw, they have a meeting, and not just a quick one. I mean, it's a dissertation of whatever they saw, I think.
They're still talking it over, and we'll hear the Boo Birds come out.
There are multiple fouls on the play by the offense. The illegal formation. Right tackle not on the line of scrimmage. More than 4 plays in the backfield. Referee has declined. Intentional grounding. Offense number 13. The ball be placed in the foul with the loss of down. 4th down.
Well, that did not go well for LSU. So the punt unit on once again. It's Carolina's defense, Jacob, absolutely smothering here in the first half thus far.
You hoped with the positive momentum, you get the catch, you get the added 15 yards. That would be the momentum that you need. But look, let's just call it like it is. Right now, South Carolina's defense is being more physical than you are. They are bringing the fight to you. LSU has got to figure out a way to really get some momentum and start to push and insert their will on South Carolina.
Peyton Todd back to let the punt go. Pressure comes, and this one's going to be blocked. Coming near side inside the 30, going to be scooped up down the near sideline and eventually down at the LSU 10. Beamer ball coming to life here in Columbia. They were close on the last punt attempt. This time they get home, and a huge turn of events for South Carolina. The momentum goes right back to the Gamecocks. It was Buddy Mack who scooped it up on special teams and danced down the near sideline. It's going to be 1st down and 10 at the LSU 10-yard line.
Yeah, you're right, Chris. I mean, you could see it on the last punt attempt, and once they figured out that they were going to be close, they were going to continue to bring it each and every time.
They actually mark it right on the line. It'll be 1st and goal for the Carolina Gamecocks. And once again, that LSU defense right back out there, down 10-0 with 12:26 to go in the first half.
Yeah, LSU's coaches are not happy. The leaping into the shield is certainly something that's been talked about for a long time. LSU's coach is certainly not happy with there being no call right there.
Sellers and the Gamecocks back to work. Shotgun snap on 1st and goal from the 10. Handoff Sanders. Stutter steps, goes to his right, breaks off a tackle, and then right into the end zone he goes. And Carolina adds to their lead. It's 16-0 with 12:19 remaining here in the second quarter. Sanders with his 3rd rushing touchdown of the year. And again, that's the veteran running back there. He just had to wait a little bit, but is able to go from 0 to 60 so fast that once he saw the hole, he broke an arm tackle, and that was all she wrote.
Yeah, that's too easy. That's too easy for South Carolina. Too easy for a running back to continue to break tackles by multiple players. Defensive linemen, linebackers, defensive backs.
Herrera will split the upright on the point after try, and it's now 17-0 South Carolina. The block punt sets up the Gamecocks 1st and goal from the LSU 10. And Rocket Sanders on 1st down does the rest. Timeout on the field. Tigers got to regroup here in the Palmetto State. They trail 17-0. 12:19 remaining before halftime on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Southern Air Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing, your trusted experts for all your home service needs. With over 35 years of dedicated service, we prioritize your comfort and satisfaction. As an official partner of LSU Athletics, we bring our expertise to every game, from installations to repairs. Our team delivers honest pricing with no surprises. Call us today at 225-777-8888 and experience the difference with Southern Air Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. Go Tigers!
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Today, we are shaping tomorrow.
We are researching how extreme stress impacts the immune system, from trauma victims to athletes and even astronauts.
Our work is leading the way in sepsis treatment, saving countless lives.
We're unlocking the mind with music in exciting new ways.
Our Lady of the Lake Health and LSU are improving the health of our state and beyond.
That's the impact of champions.
Imagine the impact we'll have on the future. Together, we roar.
Second quarter action continues. Presented by Dudley DeBosier from the LSU Sports Radio Network.
LSU Athletics would like to thank its Team LSU corporate partners, Cox, McDonald's, Our Lady of the Lake, Albertsons, Louisiana Blue, Coca-Cola, and Hancock Whitney. Well, the Tigers talked all week about this first SEC test on the road, and well, it's been a test to say the least. 17-0, they trail South Carolina. Gamecocks took the opening drive right down the field, 75 yards, a 4-yard touchdown by their QB1, Lenoris Sellers. Second possession, LSU comes up with a turnover, an interception in the end zone after the Gamecocks continued to drive. Then a mistake on special teams, a block punt, scooped up, set up first and goal at the LSU 10, and then Rocket Sanders goes in from 10 yards out. After a field goal earlier from Herrera, makes it a 17-0 South Carolina lead. And gentlemen, again, not much offensively for LSU up to this point. Not only have they struggled to move the football, but they're putting this defense out there in pretty tough situations in the first half.
When LSU was at the middle of the football field, third down, well, at least they'll pin them back. You get an intentional grounding, back up, block punt, one play touchdown. So what looked like it was turning into some positive momentum, even if you didn't get points, you could pin them back, ends up on the 7-yard line after a block punt, one play score for the Gamecocks.
Back deep once again will be Thomas and Williams. Herrera with the approach and the kick, end over end. This one will take them back into the end zone, about a half yard, and a fair catch called for by Williams, who retrieves it. Touchback will have LSU starting once again, 1st and 10 at their own 25-yard line. Can you go back, watch that Kentucky South Carolina game last week? The defense for Carolina kind of picking up where they left off. Absolutely dominated the Wildcats, who struggled mightily on offense. And you kind of thought, was that Kentucky? Was that South Carolina? And so far in this matchup, it's been South Carolina.
Yeah, I agree with you. They've certainly been the aggressor. This defense is bringing guys from multiple positions, and they really have a fight and continue to get after the quarterback.
3 down linemen for the Gamecocks here on 1st down and 10. Chester with the shotgun snap. Nussmeier has time, looking to throw. Catch made by Taylor up across the 38-yard line. He crosses the 40 and makes his way to the LSU 45 on a gain of 20 yards. Imanwari was there to make the tackle, but a great throw by Nussmeier, who had time to scan the field, finds his big tight end Mason Taylor for Taylor's first catch of the day. 1st and 10 now at the 45 for LSU. 2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Single back in Josh Williams. Again, 3 down linemen for the Gamecocks, 6 inside the tackle box. Handoff Williams. Williams trying to break through tackles, does. They try to strip the football, but he holds on, cradles it in that right arm, and makes his way to midfield before being brought down after a 5-yard gain.
Yeah, going back to us, what we talked about earlier with his first carry. Like Josh Williams right now is giving you more than the play is blocked for, which you have to have at the running back position. Right now, this is a unit that's struggling to run the football. Allow number 18 to go out there because he's making those extra yards. That was hit at, a yard and a half, 2 yards past the line of scrimmage. You end up with a 5-6 yard gain.
Bam Martin Scott got the tackle. He was trying to strip the football. Great job by Williams to hold on. 2nd and 5 at midfield for the Tigers. Down 17-0. Motion Anderson prior to the snap. Here it comes. Handoff going to be Thomas, rather. Thomas, the motioning receiver, up the middle, and he finds his way inside Gamecock territory, down to the 38-yard line on a gain of 12. They had Thomas lined up in the slot to the left side. He motioned prior to the snap, got behind Nussmeier, took the handoff, and eventually picked up 12 yards before DQ Smith made the stop for South Carolina. It'll be 1st down and 10 now at the Carolina 38-yard line.
Yeah, it's a really cool play design. It kind of turns into a pistol formation, and it's just a zone run. This offensive line showed last year that is where their strength is, blocking zone runs.
Again, a 3-4 front here for South Carolina. We'll see both 3-4 and 4-3 we expect on the day. Nussmeier has time in the pocket, drops it off underneath Williams. Williams makes a spin move, gets away from a couple of defenders inside the 30, down at the 29, shy of the first down by a yard. TJ Sanders eventually able to make the tackle for Carolina. It'll be 2nd down and 1 now at the South Carolina 29.
Chris, South Carolina, for whatever reason, is doing LSU a big favor right now, having 3 down linemen.
I'm not sure why they went away from 4 linemen. They haven't played enough snaps. It's not as if anybody's tired. South Carolina's offense has had the football, but it's opened up some running lanes for LSU.
2nd down and a yard at the 29. LSU on the march. Lacy out wide to the left. 2 receivers, including Daniels, in the slot to the right side. Handoff Williams. Williams straight ahead, going to be stood up. Looked like he got forward progress inside the 28, which should be enough for a Louisiana Blue 1st down for the Tigers. And they will move the chain. So Williams gets just enough. Again, meets up with TJ Sanders on the stop. 1st down brought to you by Louisiana Blue, the official health insurance of LSU Athletics. 1st and 10 at the 27 now of the Gamecocks. Caden Durham, the freshman running back, will check in for LSU off the far sideline. He'll set up on a sidecar to the left of Garrett Nussmeier. 2 receivers to the left, 1 lone receiver in Thomas to the right side. Nussmeier dumps it off. Durham's got it at the 30. 30 inside the 26 before he goes out of bounds. Let's see where they mark him out on that far side boundary. Looked like he just got inside the 26. DQ Smith again able to make the stop. Pickup of 2 yards.
So I think South Carolina said, okay, that was enough of that. Instead of 3, we're going to have 5 here this time. You had 4 down linemen. You had 1 coming off the edge. Again, surprised they went to the more passive 3 down linemen because they're having so much success with this 4 and 5 man front.
Motion Lacy from left to right. He'll step into the slot to the right side as Nussmeier takes the shotgun snap, backpedals, throws, got the catch, and incomplete. In the hands, but dropped by Kyle Parker right around the 21-yard line. Looked like he had a chance. Not sure if it was deflected out or he just didn't hold on, but nonetheless, it sets up 3rd and 9 at the 26 of Carolina.
Yeah, it was actually a clean pocket where you'd like to see Garrett Nussmeier not backpedal. He backpedaled out of a clean pocket. And look, I understand it. They've been bringing pressure, but Garrett Nussmeier steps in, to that throw and does his normal 3-step drop. I think he actually sees Mason Taylor, who was the better option.
3 wide to the right, including Taylor, the tight end. Lacy, the lone receiver, short side of the field to the left. Taylor will motion at the snap, give to Durham. Huge hole up the middle. Durham inside the 20, inside the 15, stays up right inside the 5, lunges towards the end zone in the left corner, and touchdown, Fighting Tigers. The ball came out, but he had already crossed the goal line. The freshman, Caden Durham, with his first touchdown as a Tiger, 26 yards, and LSU's on the board.
Yeah, you always got to be careful when you lunge forward with that ball right there at the pylon, as we know that certainly can go out of the side of the end zone. Same thing as at the back of the end zone could be a touchback, but certainly looks like he got it across the plane. It's going to be touchdown Tigers there. I didn't like how long the side judge took to call touchdown, but you know what? They like to meet, they like to talk, and so he was just taking his time again.
Better late than never. Damian Ramos on to try for the point after. 17-6 now, Carolina. But LSU on the board, and it comes from the freshman running back, Caden Durham, out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Coach Kelly with a lot of confidence in that young running back. Puts him in there in a critical 3rd down spot, and he goes 26 yards for the score.
How about the call there? 3rd and long, you run the football, not expecting it, and then you turn it into 6 points.
So Ramos will line it up. Slade Roy will snap it. Peyton Todd will hold. Carolina looking to pin their ears back here. They're a special teams unit that is aggressive, but this time put up through the upright by Ramos without any pressure, and that'll cut the lead for the Gamecocks to 10. It's now 17-7 with 8:08 remaining here in the second quarter. That touchdown brought to you by Louisiana Blue, the official health insurance of LSU Athletics. And with that good kick, good hands at Allstate will continue to contribute to the Tigers General Scholarship Fund. Thank you, Allstate. Timeout on the field. Tigers are on the board. It's a 10-point Carolina lead, 17-7 with 8:08 remaining here in the first half. We'll return to Columbia after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
LSU Tiger fans are gearing up with real Tigers apparel and merchandise from the official online store at lsushop.net. Get jerseys, sideline gear, polos, t-shirts, hats, official team merchandise from Nike, accessories, and much more. Over 3,600 products, all shipped right to your door. Head to the place real Tiger fans go for the selection only real Tiger fans get at lsushop.net.
When are 3 letters more than 3 letters? When they represent 14 storied universities, generations of tradition and unbridled passion, stadiums and arenas swelled with diehard fans, more than 260 national titles, thousands of All-Americans, and hundreds of Olympians. And the one conference where every catch, shot, swing, and stride just means more.
Second quarter action of LSU Fighting Tiger football. Presented by Dudley DeBosier from the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Dudley DeBosier stands up for the purple and gold. They fight for Tiger fans all across the great state of Louisiana. Dudley DeBosier, proud to be an official partner of LSU Athletics. 17-7 our score. South Carolina with a 10-point lead. Tigers, though, with a very good drive, certainly just what they needed at this point of the game. 8 plays, 75 yards, took 4 minutes, 11 seconds off the second quarter clock. Scoring drive presented by LSU Online. Score big in your career with LSU Online and continuing education. Caden Durham with a 26-yard touchdown. Big call on 3rd and 9. Let's go down for another sideline report powered by your hometown John Deere dealer in Sunshine. And Gordy Rush, last week we saw a couple of Tigers get their first touchdown. I'm sure Caden Durham's not going to forget this one on the road at Williams-Brice.
Not at all. Great effort and a great call right there. South Carolina had brought some rushers up there, and they got very, very wide up the field. They were able to pop the running back right through the middle, and great vision to get outside once he got to that second level and get in the end zone.
Aaron Burrell will tee it up at the 35 for the Tigers. Back deep, McDowell and Harbor for the Gamecocks, and Burrell, big leg, puts a foot in this one and might make a field goal. He just missed the crossbar. Strong leg out of North Louisiana. Bossier City native, and he gets the touchback, and Carolina starts first down and 10 at their own 25. Tiger fans, things are heating up this summer at the lottery with fun new games. Play Taco Bout Bingo, and you can win up to 3 times with a whopping top prize of $50,000. Visit any lottery retailer, play Taco Bout Bingo today. Louisiana Lottery, giving you a reason to smile. Must be at least 21 to purchase. Juju McDowell will be the featured running back on this drive, to start it anyway, for the Gamecocks. He'll be in a pistol formation as Sellers fakes the handoff, looking to throw into the flat. Catch going to be made at the 25 and dancing up the near sideline, picking up solid yards is Joshua Simon. Again, a favorite target for Sellers, the tight end. J.K. Johnson was there eventually for LSU. The transfer out of Ohio State, but not after a gain of 11 yards. It'll be 1st and 10. Move the ball up to the Gamecock 36.
Yeah, very similar play that they opened the game up with. This time they go the opposite direction.
Sellers will move the tight end Simon from left to right of the formation. Here's the shotgun snap. Sellers going to keep. He's hit at the line. He'll fall forward, but I don't think he got a gain. Should set up 2nd down and 10, maybe 9. Looked like he was dropped immediately by Whit Weeks defensively. The Tigers, again, much made this week about going with 3 linebackers, expecting to do that most of the game, according to Coach Kelly, what he told Gordy Rush before kickoff today, with Weeks, Perkins, and Penn. Also good news, Wes Weeks, who was a little doubtful earlier in the week, expected to maybe take some snaps today. Here's the throw by Sellers out of the flat again to his tight end Simon, and Simon battles his way far side to about the 45, and then a late flag comes out from all the way down at the LSU 25-yard line as Harold Perkins was there to make the tackle, but after they went to the ground, that was a flag thrown 30 yards away, Jacob.
Yeah, that was late and far away.
The ruling is the pass was first touched beyond the line of scrimmage. Offensive pass interference, number 1, 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Repeat, 2nd down.
Well, not only was that called 30 yards away from the line of scrimmage, that's some eagle eyes there as they catch Robbie Ashford tipping the pass. So therefore, the Gamecock's going to be backed up.
Yeah, Robbie Ashford, certainly a name that Tiger fans will remember from his time as an Auburn Tiger. I mean, South Carolina, they're notorious for having like 6 guys that play 6 different positions.
Yes.
Quarterback, running back, receiver, tight end.
So that backs him up considerably behind the chains. 2nd and 25 here. Sellers, tight pocket. He'll sprint to his right now, just looking to run. Cuts back to his left on the near side hash. Across the 30, up to about the 34-yard line. He picks up about 13 yards on the scurry. Jalen Lee was there on the tackle along with help from Whit Weeks. So he got half of those penalty yards back. Still 3rd and 12. The Gamecocks behind the chains here, and a crucial, once again, Bingle Pest Product 3rd down for this Tiger defense. They got the Gamecocks off schedule here as Sanders checks back in at running back for Coach Beamer. 2 receivers out wide to the right. 1 lone receiver just off the formation to the left. Shotgun snap. Sellers calls for it. Belt high. Dropping back. Pressure comes. He is hit. Drop. Ball loose. LSU says they have it. They say it is a fumble, and it's LSU ball inside the Carolina 20, down at the 17. Sage Ryan falls on the football, or rather Harold Perkins falls on the football, but great pressure in the backfield by the Tigers. They're going to talk it over here, but initially the near sideline where the ball and play was taking place called it a fumble. From the far side, there was some question as to whether or not Sellers was down before the ball came out. And again, we'll have a huddle by this SEC crew at the 20-yard line. And this is a pivotal decision.
The ruling on the field is the runner was down prior to losing possession, which results in a 4th down. Please reset the game clock to 6 minutes and start on the ready for play.
Well, nonetheless, big play defensively for LSU.
If you have any question, if you have any concern that it was a fumble, which one referee did call a fumble, Chris, you have to let that play stand. Call it a fumble. Let review do its job. And if he did not, then you get possession back because now it's a different situation.
Sage Ryan will be credited with that sack. Brought to you by Train. It's hard to stop the Tigers, and it's hard to stop a train. Good to see Sage Ryan making a play out there defensively. Sellers with nowhere to go and just about a half second away from losing that football and setting up the Tigers in fine fashion. But as it turned out, looking at 4th and 26 at the 20, but it looks like we're going to have our 3rd review of the day. Once again, brought to you by Acme Oyster House. So they're going to take a look at this one after it appeared they were confident Sellers was down prior to losing the football, but we will all wait. Hold the phone.
That ball looks like it's coming out.
On my first look as well, Chris and Gordy, I think the ball's out. That's why I like to see it. Just let it play out. If you think there's any chance it's a fumble, let it play out. See where the play ends up, and then review will do its job. You come back and you can respot the ball because it's certainly right now on the first look, it looks like it is out before his knee hits the ground. Which after the block punt, CB, as we know, I mean, you needed one of these plays because those are game-changing plays, not only on the scoreboard, in momentum. They got theirs. If you can get this one, we're talking about field position of 40 to 45 yards.
Again, watching it initially in slow motion, a couple of different angles, it looks like he had lost the football before being down. Again, initially ruled a fumble. They indicated fumble on the near sideline. They got back together, talked about it, said no, he was down. It would set up 4th and 26 back at the Carolina 20. And then just as both teams were making their way to the line of scrimmage, they decided, I'm sure, from our replay official up top, Mitchell Wilkins, to take a look at this. So now we'll get the call.
After video review, the runner lost possession prior to being down. The ball was immediately recovered by LSU. It'll be 1st down at the 18-yard line.
So it's the 2nd turnover by this LSU defense today. They had an interception earlier. This time they caused the fumble. Harold Perkins falls on it, and the Tigers with great field position will have it 1st down and 10 inside the Capital One red zone at the Carolina 18-yard line.
LSU getting clear possession. Obviously, the key there, once you go back and you look at that, if they did not, we're talking about a different situation. But what a play by Sage Ryan. What a rush by Harold Perkins, both those guys. And Perkins ends up picking up the ball. Now, great chance for the Tigers to get points.
1st and 10 from the Carolina 18. Nussmeier in the shotgun. Williams, the single back. Here's the snap. Nussmeier looks left, now sprints out to his right. Has time, scanning the field. On the sideline, eventually drops it off inside the 15 to Mason Taylor, who's out of bounds steps out of bounds inside the 15, down around, let's see, going to mark it around the 13-yard line. Eamon Wari with the tackle to get Taylor down, but Nussmeier buying plenty of time, got about a foot away from the sideline before unloading to Taylor, his last option. Caden Durham back in to run. He'll be on the left side of Nussmeier on 2nd down and 6 from the Carolina 14. 17-7, Carolina leading LSU. Snap, give to Durham. Durham, a little patient, now goes ahead, trying to make his way down to the 11-yard line. Stopped just shy of the 11. Gain of 2 will set up 3rd down and 4 here for the Tiger offense. Trying to come to life, taking the cue from the LSU defense with their 2nd turnover forced today. Josh Williams checks back in from the far sideline at running back. 4:56, clock moving, 2nd quarter. Tigers down by 10 on the road here in Columbia. Going towards the end zone to our right, Nussmeier steps into the shotgun, and he'll call for time. So after they lined it up, he burns the timeout.
Yeah, LSU had 3 timeouts. Brian Kelly started walking down from midfield to Cortez Hankton. And just taking too long. That thing didn't look like that was going to be too promising.
And look, Gordy, we saw it against USC in the opener. You know, one of the biggest plays in the game, Garrett Nussmeier wanted to call a timeout, ends up going with the play, doesn't go the Tigers' way. Look, you got 3 timeouts. Use one. This is crucial. This is a big moment in this game. And if you're not sure and you had receivers kind of lining up late, burn the timeout, because if you can double dip here, if you can score here, points here, knowing you get the ball to start the second half, yeah, absolutely. Hey, don't hold those things in your pocket.
You know, I'm wondering here. I wanted to mention Jacob's matchups down here. Trudez Green, Pimpton, big receiver. Shelton Sampson, I thought was coming on the field. They pulled him back off the field. You've got guys 6'6" and a taller. Maybe this is an opportunity to get one of them in the game here.
This is where we thought Trudez Green, you know, even in fall camp, hey, he might not be out there every single snap as a true freshman. Can you give him a vertical slice of the playbook, and that vertical slice being in the red zone where he's such a big target?
So on 3rd down and 3 from the Gamecock 11-yard line, Nussmeier will have Williams to the sidecar right. Lacy, the receiver, to the right. Now he'll motion. They'll have trip receivers to the left side as Nussmeier takes the shotgun snap, number high. Looks right, back to his left. Tight pocket. Now he'll scramble. Flag comes out as he throws, and the catch is incomplete in the left corner, hauled in by Daniels, but he was wide of the boundary. The flag came out after Nussmeier had to bail out of the pocket, move to his left. That looked like possibly holding coming against LSU, and it appears it will.
Assume South Carolina would decline this, make it 4th down.
Holding, offense, number 74. The penalty is declined. Result of play is 4th down.
So the Tigers will send on the field goal unit on 4th down and 3.
It's the right move. It's 4th and 3, manageable, sure, but you've got the momentum. You stole it back somehow after being down 17-0, and if you convert this 17-10, 1-score game, you get the ball. If you come up with a stop here at the end of the first half, it's certainly the right move.
Damian Ramos will try a 28-yard field goal. Not quite middle of the field, but in between the hashes, kicking left to right. Snap, placement, kick is down. Ramos puts it up, and it is good. Tigers cut the Gamecock lead now, 17-10 with 4:28 remaining. With that good kick, the good hands at Allstate will contribute to the Tigers General Scholarship Fund. Thank you, Allstate. Jacob, I think you nailed it. Love to have 7 on that possession after the turnover, but again, with the start you had, the opportunity to get points and make it a 1-score game, huge, and Ramos does the job.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. And when you were down 17-0 and nothing was going your way, and now you look up 4 minutes left in the half, it's 17-10. You settle down on offense. Sure, touchdowns are great there, but now it's a completely different ball game. If you get South Carolina off the field without scoring points here, you never would have thought you'd be in that situation about 8 minutes ago. And so they have fought back. They're in a good spot right now. It's the right move.
After the forced fumble by Sage Ryan, recovered by Harold Perkins, the Tigers have to settle for the 28-yard field goal, but 4 plays only go 7 yards, but they get 3 points. And with 4:28 to go, they'll kick it back to the Gamecocks. Tigers now with 89 yards total offense, 55 through the air, and maybe a bright spot. Took a little time, but now 34 yards rushing for LSU, including a big run by Caden Durham to get the Tigers on the board. Juju McDowell, Nick Harbor back deep for the Gamecocks. Again, Aaron Burrell, the specialist, will approach the football. Puts his powerful foot into it. And again, it will sail into the back of the end zone. Couple of bounces and a touchback. Carolina 1st and 10 at their own 25. Tiger fans honored to serve 44 Farms Tiger Dogs in Tiger Stadium. Enjoy their premium Angus beef at home as well. Just visit 44steaks.com. Go Tigers. 44 Farms, proud partner of LSU Athletics.
One of the things I'm paying attention to on this drive, does South Carolina get conservative? Do they try to maybe run some of this clock out knowing LSU has gained the momentum of this game? Or do they continue to kind of, play their game and, hit it to the tight end here and there and maybe even take a shot? That's something we have not really seen them do. They've been methodical. Now it's been good for them, but they've been methodical down the field. They have not really taken a shot yet. So that's something certainly can come here on this drive.
Sellers so far, 7 of 12 for 73 yards. Simon's been his favorite target, 3 catches for 40 of those. Ball middle of the field as they start this drive. Sellers on the fake handoff will keep it, and the quarterback is free. He's down the middle of the field over the Gamecock logo into Tiger territory to the 20, 15, 10, and he's in for the score. Sellers' first play of scrimmage, 75 yards, and Carolina answers quickly. 23-10, just like that. Play looked eerily similar to last week with Colin Guggenheim taking the direct snap for the Colonels. This time they institute the play fake, and Sellers was off to the races.
I mean, it is literally a version of the same thing that you got hit 67 yards last week on. Now this time it's 75. That's just, it can happen. Certainly not at the second level of that defense. You cannot just continue to wander into space. You have got to stay firm and be able to stop that.
Herrera looking to add one more, and he does. So the Gamecocks answer quickly, build their lead 24-10 with 4:15 remaining before halftime in Columbia. 75-yard touchdown run for Lenoris Sellers, giving 92 yards rushing so far, 2 rushing scores so far on the afternoon. And just like that, the momentum for the Tigers slips away, and the White Towels are flying again here at Williams-Brice.
Jacob, we talked about communication in the secondary being key, and LSU's had to go to a lot of variations, a lot of different combinations. And back there, it was Gilbert and Ryan as the safeties. And what happened on that play, South Carolina ran motion across the football field. Gilbert went from the free safety to go with the motion, and Ryan was late getting to his position in the middle of the football field and just created this huge gap. Ryan took a poor angle, and Gilbert committed to the motion. It was too far upfield to break back. Again, it's one of the problems when you're not settled with 2 starters and guys that aren't used to playing with each other back there.
Here's the kickoff from the Gamecocks, angling near side and in the back of the end zone, so LSU will start 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line. Guys, we talked about it. Through 2 games, Nussmeier has been super effective, highly efficient, over 300 yards in both of those contests, but we haven't seen the ability to really stretch the field. So far unable to. A lot of that due to the pressure from South Carolina, forcing some quick throws and quick decisions by Nussmeier, but only a 120-yard connection. That went to Mason Taylor earlier. See what happens here. 1st and 10 from the 25 with 4:15 exactly remaining in the second quarter. Caleb Jackson will be the running back, and Caleb will get the carry. He's hit at the line of scrimmage, spins off and falls forward, picks up about 4 yards, just shy of the 29.
That looked like a tendency for South Carolina. They saw 28 in the backfield, and if you'll notice, they brought a defender into the box late. So in their mind, when he's in the game, LSU's running the football. LSU has to kind of break up that tendency because it was clear and obvious. once South Carolina saw who it was, they added an extra run defender into the defense.
Well, we'll see here as Josh Williams checks in for Jackson in that offensive backfield. 2nd down and 7 from the Tiger 28-yard line. At the snap, they had Williams kind of leaking out to the right side and never looked comfortable or set. That's an easy call for the officials. 5th penalty of the day for LSU.
It looked like whenever Josh Williams kind of stopped, he wasn't really sure how far to go with the motion. And then with that movement, you saw Emory Jones. That's who actually it's called on. I think, Chris, they could have gone either way. They could have gone 18 or 50 on that one.
LSU got to answer the bell here now on 2nd down and 12. The throw over the middle. Catch made at the 30-yard line. Fighting to the 40-yard line is C.J. Daniels before being stopped there. 18-yard pickup, picks up the 1st down, presented by Louisiana Blue, and the Tigers will move the chains. You talked about the momentum after the turnover. LSU settles for the field goal, but then Carolina takes it right back on that 75-yard touchdown run. With 2:57 clock moving 2nd quarter, this offensive possession becomes big.
Yeah, there's no question about it. So far, so good. Converting a long situation there.
1st down and 10 from their own 41. Nussmeier, tight pocket, delivers the football, going up for it, making the grab at the 38-yard line of the Gamecocks is going to be Aaron Anderson. Got right between 2 defenders, went straight up in the air. Nussmeier put it right between the numbers for a gain of 23 yards. DQ Smith eventually makes the stop, but it's 1st down and 10 now at the Carolina 36.
Let me tell you something. That's a gutsy throw. Nussmeier knew he was going to take a hit. He put it in the air before the receiver even really turned around because he knew he was going to take that hit. They very easily could have caught a roughing the passer. They hit him below the waist. That was a heck of a play, a gutsy play by a gritty Garrett Nussmeier.
Longest pass play of the day at 23 yards. Nussmeier flips it out quickly. Daniels slips through 2 defenders, inside the 25, inside the 20, and finally spilled down at the 16-yard line of the Gamecocks.
That is an individual effort right there. That play should not have gone for very far. In fact, it was a risky throw by Nussmeier, but I tell you what, Daniels splits defenders and goes upfield.
We meet the 2-minute timeout here with 1:55. With the Tigers trailing 24-10, but on the march. Looking at 1st down and 10, the Tigers once again inside the Capital One red zone at the Carolina 16-yard line. We'll take a timeout. Return right after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, Tiger fans, are you ready to roar? Oxbow Rum Distillery is the official rum for LSU athletics. Our cane to glass rum is made just 2 miles north of Tiger Stadium. We handcraft every drop from our own Louisiana sugarcane, all grown right across the river. So whether you're tailgating at the stadium or dropping by our tasting room for a tour and cocktail, you'll be keeping it local. Visit Oxbow Rum Distillery, open Thursday to Sunday, noon to 6. Go Tigers!
Bridgeway Hospice, the official hospice of LSU athletics, is the champion's choice for hospice care in South Louisiana. With over 10 years of excellence and experience, Bridgeway has 3 locations to serve you and your loved ones: Baton Rouge, Lafayette, and Plaquemine. Ask for Bridgeway Hospice by name, your champion's choice in comfort and compassionate care. Bridgeway Hospice says, go Tigers!
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of LSU athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Second quarter action of LSU Fighting Tiger football, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues from the LSU Sports Radio Network.
24-10, South Carolina leading LSU. 1:59 to go. They had 1:55, and then the 2-minute timeout. They added 4 seconds, so just under 2 minutes remaining here. LSU looking at 1st down and 10 inside the Capital One red zone at the Carolina 16-yard line. And Gordy Rush, I mentioned that Prior to this possession, LSU had really not tried to extend the field, only had one 20-yard reception. But Nussmeier in his last 3 completions, 18 yards, 23 yards, and moments ago, 20 yards to get inside the red zone.
Yeah, and that'll force South Carolina to back up a little bit. They played a lot of shell with a lot of zone blitz packages, like Jake's mentioned, but they've been creeping up. The safeties have been squatting between 8 to 10 yards. They ought to be 10 to 12. That pass to Anderson, huge and necessary. You got to back them up. I was surprised now. Maybe the shortest wide receiver you got on the field. You threw it there. But, again, there are opportunities and matchups down here. Hopefully LSU finds one they like. And Sampson's now checking on the field. You've got Mason Taylor, obviously, 2 great red zone targets.
Sideline reports, as always, powered by your hometown John Deere dealer in Sunshine. Tigers come to the line of scrimmage. Caden Durham will be the featured running back here on 1st and 10 from the 16. We'll spread out wide. Sampson wide to the left. Lacy into the slot to the left side. Taylor out wide to the right. Daniels in the slot to the right side. Caden Durham, as I mentioned, the running back. Little toss to Durham. Some lead blockers. And right side, he's inside the 15 down to around the 17-yard line.
You know, I like plays like that. And if they would have had, Aaron Anderson on the field and they would have thrown him like a little quick smoke screen, hey, let's get 4 or 5 yards. Let's stay on schedule. Let's also, let's see how much clock we can run out here as well, because if we score here, let's leave no time for South Carolina.
Veteran linebacker Debo Williams was there on the tackle. Now looking at 2nd down, 6 from the Carolina 12. Again, 2 wide to the left, 2 to the right side, including Taylor. Handoff. Nope, they'll fake it to Williams. Throw across the middle into the end zone. Kyren Lacy with his first catch of the day. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers.
They had me, you, and South Carolina's defense believing Josh Williams had that football. I mean, that was a heck of a job. When you run these RPOs, hide the football, you had the defense come up, Kyren Lacy by himself. That was a nice job by Garrett Nussmeier, really selling the run, riding it as long as he could, and just long enough out of the outreach arms of the South Carolina defense.
Yeah, that play fake froze the Gamecock defense, and it left the defender, Kilgore, on an island with one of the best receivers in the country, Kyren Lacy, and a great throw by Nussmeier. And the Tigers cut the lead. It's now 24-16 with a point after upcoming. Bad snap, mishandled by Todd. He's just going to try to throw it, and it's incomplete at the 5. And the point after blown up after a rare bad snap. Not sure if it was low to the ground or Peyton Todd just mishandled it when he got it. But nonetheless, point after try goes awry, and the score remains 24-16. Carolina in front. Looked like a bad snap on the replay.
It was certainly way out of the reach of Todd. He tried everything he could to kind of bring it back in.
Yeah, basically had to, like a shortstop, take it on the short hop.
In a game like this, though, I mean, that means a whole lot. That changes a little bit of the field, the dynamic of it.
During that last timeout, Jacob, you were astute. You said, hey, I don't think Lacy has a catch yet, and he had not. But he comes up big there for the score. Lacy hauling that in.
Credit to the other LSU receivers as well. They're making some plays, and so Garrett Nussmeier certainly spreading the wealth. But as you mentioned, Kyren Lacy, one of the best receivers in the country. You knew eventually that they would try to make a way to find him into the game plan. Certainly they did there on that 12-yard touchdown.
So again, LSU takes back a little momentum with the score. Loses a little bit of its luster after the botched point after try. But last time Carolina had the football, took one play, 75 yards from Lenora Sellers. Another kick by Burrell just in front of the crossbar, a touchback. And that's where the Gamecocks take over 1st and 10 at the 25 with 1:20 remaining here in the first half. Coming up at the half, we have the ISC Fighting Tiger halftime report. Brian Haldane in the Capital One studio will take you through the first half highlights, first half stats, and scores from around the country and the SEC and the state of Louisiana here on this Saturday. So stay tuned for that. Raheem Sanders will line up with Sellers in the backfield on 1st and 10 from the 25. Both teams with 2 timeouts remaining here in the first half. Motion the tight end from right to left. Sellers gets the snap, gives to Sanders. Sanders trying to go left and runs right in to the defensive teeth of LSU. Maybe got a half yard, that's all. Perkins along with Ahmad Bro were there to make sure Sanders did not get loose. That'll set up basically no gain, 2nd down and 10 at the 25.
For the most part, Chris, outside of obviously, I know they just had a 75-yarder right up the middle, but on these run plays, the LSU defense, where we were worried, is actually held up pretty strong.
2nd down and 10 from the 25. Sellers drops back 3 steps, steps up in the pocket, hit as he throws, and incomplete up at the 42-yard line, and here come the flags. Late flags. They were looking for Vandrevius Jacobs. J.K. Johnson was on coverage. The throw was out in front of Jacobs, but it looks like they're going to say Johnson was leaning on the back as they went down.
Yeah, that is so incredibly late of a flag there.
Ineligible receiver downfield, offense number 14, pass interference, defense number 12. Those fouls offset, replay 2nd down from the previous spot.
Well, no harm. Jared Brown for the Gamecocks.
I still just don't know if that warrants pass interference. I mean, he's already made the movement of trying to make a play on the ball. The ball was spiked into the ground, didn't really affect the play at all. Super late flag coming across there. Tigers get bailed out by a man downfield.
So it'll be 2nd down and 10 again from the 25. Sellers slaps, gets the snap. Late pressure comes, but he releases the football, and a catch made at the LSU 40 over the shoulder, near side by Jared Brown, the aforementioned. Pretty good coverage by Johnson, but that throw from Norris right on the money into the barrel. 39-yard gain, and Carolina's in business here with 37 seconds playing on the Tigers side of the field. 1st and 10 now at LSU's 35.
Yeah, you'd like to see Deshaun Spears, the safety, be better playing that football as well. I think the corner, J.K. Johnson, did his job. Spears kind of became a spectator there at the end of that play.
On 1st and 10, Sellers, quick fire to Sanders. It's off his fingertips, incomplete, near side at the 30. Had a lot of mustard on that one. No chance for Sanders to grab it with the left hand and bring it in. That'll stop the clock with 22 seconds here in the 2nd quarter and set up 2nd down and 10 from the LSU 35.
I mean, going back to that last big play, we talked about Lenore Sellers, 242 pounds. He had Braden Swinson basically on his back and still was able to push the ball down the field with a really nice pass. That's what he gives you. There's going to be some inaccuracy into his game, but his size and his strength alone are going to make plays like he did.
Carolina with 272 yards total offense thus far. 2nd down and 10 at the 35. Motion a receiver to the left side as Sellers looks to his right and throws quickly and into the Carolina sideline, near side. Looking for Simon, but nowhere close. In fact, Swinson for LSU, the closest player to that errant pass. It'll be 3rd and 10 at the 35-yard line.
Done a really nice job of really switching up Braden Swinson, and he's been so good off the edge with his rushes that you expect him to come every time. They've done a nice job. That's twice now that he's made a play by dropping into coverage and really mixing it up when they bring him and when they drop him.
Carolina trying to get in a little better field goal range possibly. Herrera has a long of 46 this season. Sellers in trouble, going to be dropped. Back at the 39-yard line, the pocket collapse. Braden Swinson, who's played a well of a game thus far defensively, will pick up the sack, a loss of 4 yards. That sack brought to you by Train. It's hard to stop the Tigers. It's hard to stop a Train. 2nd time we've seen Sellers go down today, and that was a huge 3rd down stop for LSU defensively. Sets up 4th and 14 back at the 39, and looked like Sellers a little slow. He's hunched over at about the 42. The trainer's out to take a look at him. He's on his feet, but looks like he's working on that right leg or right ankle or maybe the shin. He's on his feet, but he's going to hobble his way near the sideline.
No, you're right. I mean, he is not putting any weight. It looks like his right leg right now.
So with 5 seconds remaining, huge sack, puts the ball at the 39-yard line. About a 55-yard attempt, and that may be out of the range for the 6-year senior Alex Herrera. So Robbie Ashford, we assume, will have to come in and take the snap, the former Auburn quarterback who transferred here to Carolina. And it will be 4th and 14. So they do have the offense out there with just 5 seconds. Got to believe his job is maybe to take the snap and end the first half, go to the locker room with an 8-point lead for Carolina, 24-16. We'll see.
Yeah, I was curious how LSU was going to line this one up. Certainly, yeah, there it is. Trey'Dez Green. I saw this in training camp. Saw it in fall camp. Trey'Dez Green, kind of a Hail Mary situation.
Yep.
He's your best athlete, obviously a basketball background, and he's on the field right now to knock the pass down.
So Ashford, we expect, will try to sling one towards the end zone, not take a knee, although they'll burn a timeout before we snap the football. Timeout presented by Coshada. Escape to the largest casino resort in Louisiana. Coshada Casino Resort, Louisiana's best bet. Hosting our guys on LSU game day. Hunt Palmer, Brandon Taylor, Marlon Favorite, all in at Coshada early this morning to get our broadcast day started. They'll be joining us after the fact for the Fighting Tiger post-game report coming up following today's game. So while we have a moment, let's pause 10 seconds. Station identification. This is Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hear the Tigers roar worldwide. The LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
Along with Jacob Hester, Gordy Rush, I'm Chris Blair from Williams-Brice Stadium on this Saturday afternoon. Carolina came out on fire. They now lead 24-16. Tigers offense and defense settling in here in the second quarter. Now on 4th and 14 from the Tiger 39, Ashford will take the shotgun snap. Deep in the pocket now, tight pocket. Flag comes out. He's going to be dropped at the 44-yard line. Tigers get home for a second straight play, and we'll see what the flag's all about, but
that's the end of the first half.
That'll be the end of the first half. So after 2 quarters of play in Columbia, the homestanding Gamecocks take a 24-16 lead into the break. Coming up, the ISC Fighting Tiger halftime report.
Off to a choppy start. Obviously playing this environment, but our kids just kept playing,
LSU faithful. It's Bathfitter. Season after season, Bathfitter plays to win, leading the way with their unique tub-over-tub process. Bathfitter installs beautiful and durable new tubs and safe and stylish new showers. Just like a great play, you've got to see it to believe it. They install your new bath or shower in under a day. With quality so high, Bathfitter is a great teammate and proud to be partners with Tiger Athletics. Bathfitter feels the pride every time LSU takes the field. Give them a call or go to bathfitter.com to book your free consultation. And go Tigers!
Fourth quarter action continues. Presented by J&J Exterminating from the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Fans call Louisiana home J&J Exterminating, your first defense against termites, pests, and mosquitoes for your home or business. Shielding Louisiana for over 65 years. J&J Exterminating. Yeah. 33-29, South Carolina leading your Fighting Tigers of LSU. Fourth quarter action here in Columbia, 10:34 remaining. Carolina on that drive, 4 plays. They gained 0 yards, but they were able to line it up for Alex Herrera, who was true and through for the field goal to make it a 33-29 game after the costly mishandled shotgun snap at the 25-yard line. Again, maybe a small victory for LSU's defense. Yeah. Again, they gave up no yards, kept it within, again, just a 4-point lead for the Gamecocks with plenty of time, 10:34 remaining before this one's decided.
With the momentum that South Carolina had to be able to go down there, you score, and you retake the lead, and to get gifted a turnover there, I would say absolutely LSU defense, what a job by them, getting them off the field, only holding them to 3 points, not giving up a single yard there on that series. Now, I mean, you're right back in this thing with a touchdown drive.
Herrera set to give it back to LSU. Again, Thomas and Williams back deep for the Tigers. Set to go. Herrera with the approach. Again, end over end kick. Angling near side, and this one hits the A in Carolina for a touchback. First down and 10 at the 25s where LSU will take over. Down by 4, 33-29. Tiger fans, listen up. No need to fear. Play Lucky 13 from the lottery. 4 spooky scenes. You can win up to $13,000. Visit any lottery retailer. Play Lucky 13 for a frighteningly good time. Louisiana Lottery, giving you a reason to smile. Must be at least 21 to purchase. Tigers come off the far sideline. Ball placed on the far side hash. It'll be Caden Durham back with Garrett Nussmeier. 3 receivers right, including Daniels, Anderson, and tight end Mason Taylor. Kyren Lacy, short side of the field, the lone wideout. Nussmeier looking to throw. It's batted down at the line of scrimmage. Boy, oh boy, he had the play fake. Looked like Durham was going to get the handoff, Jacob, and I mean, did the C's part.
They did.
He had nothing but room in front of him, but Carolina's Alex Huntley got up there and knocked down the pass attempt by Nussmeier. My goodness. Ooh. Missed opportunity there. It'll be second down and 10 quickly at the 25. And again, this time they'll line up 4 receivers to the right. Empty backfield for Nussmeier. They'll go 4 by 1 with Lacy, the lone receiver, short side of the field. That's in front of the Tigers sideline to the far side. Nussmeier, shotgun snap. Sprints out to his left, throws on the run. Catch made by Lacy, tries to spin away from a defender, steps out of bounds at about the 34-yard lines, picks up 9. O'Donnell Fortune was on coverage, eventually able to get him out of bounds, but that'll make third down manageable here, but a must third down conversion. 3rd and 1 at the 34 with 10:16 to go in this game.
Yeah, this is a spot where, look, LSU struggled. You got to call it like it is. They struggled in these short yardage situations, be it on 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, on the goal line. They have got to prove that they can go pick these up.
Caden Durham will stay in as the running back. Mason Taylor out wide to the left. They'll stick Lacy in the slot to the left side. Daniels and Sampson wide to the right. 3rd and 1. They must cross the 35-yard line to give to Durham. Durham going to be stopped initially, and looks like his forward progress will not get him to the line to gain. Nussmeier out there lobbying, looking down the line, but I'm not sure Durham ever reached the 35, and it will be 4th down. They went right at the teeth of that South Carolina defensive front, and the Gamecocks win that battle. And on 4th and 1, we'll see Peyton Todd come out to punt it. He had 1 block in the first half. I got to believe Shane Beamer leading by 4 with 9:19 to go, playing at home, momentum in your favor. They got to be coming after Todd again on this one.
Yeah, there's no question about it. And going back to that third down run, it is disappointing because it's an area that LSU football has just always thrived in. Right now, just cannot get these short yardage situations.
Todd gets this one away. It's a booming punt. Fair catch called for as Kilgore back there now to receive this punt. Does so. 41-yard punt taken at the 25 of Carolina, and that's where South Carolina takes over with timeout on the field. 8:56 remaining. The homestanding Gamecocks of South Carolina lead by 4, 33-29. We'll return to Columbia after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Elevate your game day spirit with Sugarfield Spirits, the official vodka of LSU Athletics. When crafting the perfect mixed drink, our vodka is the winning choice that'll have your taste buds cheering for more. Sugarfield Spirits, where the spirit of the Tigers meets exceptional locally made vodka. See our winning lineup at sugarfieldspirits.com or visit us at our tasting room in Gonzales.
A Louisiana vacation is different for everyone. My Louisiana is a dance in the street celebration. Or it can be the tranquility of a sunrise over the water.
Sometimes it's an airboat ride in a gator-filled swamp. Or it's kicking back with a bowl of gumbo and some live music. But for you, well, it could be whatever you want it to be. Because when you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul. Visit findyourlouisiana.com.
Hey, Tiger fans. Need funds to help with your financial situation? Republic Finance is a proud partner of LSU Athletics and has served the SEC area since 1952. Check out our loan options to see how we may help you. Visit a local branch or get pre-qualified online at republicfinance.com/tigers.
Not all consumers are eligible to apply online. Secured loans are available exclusively in branch and have collateral and insurance requirements. Standard loan terms, rates, and fees apply based on your state. All loans are subject to approval pursuant to standard underwriting criteria. Not all consumers will qualify. For more information, call 833-907-1737.
Fourth quarter action of LSU Fighting Tiger football, presented by J&J Exterminating, continues from the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Tiger fans, help shape the future of medicine with Velocity Clinical Research. Participants can receive compensation, access new potential medicines, and get free study-related exams. Find a study near you. Go to velocitytrials.com. South Carolina has one win here in Columbia over LSU. It came in 1930. These two teams tied here at Williams-Brice Stadium back in 1995, 20-20. But Shane Beamer and company lead by 4 with under 9 to play on this Saturday afternoon. They take over the football 1st and 10 at their own 25-yard line. Again, the storyline has been South Carolina's defense, for the most part, have been able to get the short plays, the big battles at the line of scrimmage. They've won more than they have lost today. Even though the Gamecocks offensively have been without their starting quarterback, Lenoris Sellers, since he went down late in that second quarter, had to check out. It's been Robbie Ashford with the keys to the Carolina offense since. But again, Rocket Sanders, don't forget about him. He had the huge touchdown here in the third quarter. Got 136 yards, 2 scores today. Even though LSU was outgained the Gamecocks 365-341 overall. Sanders will be back there with Robbie Ashford, the former Auburn quarterback here at Carolina. 1st and 10, motion the receiver at the snap and give to Sanders. Sanders upended as he crosses the 25 to the 26-yard line. Ashton Stamps coming up. Makes that tackle for the Tigers. A gain of 2, they say. It'll be 2nd and 8 at the 27-yard line as the clock now 8 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in this one. LSU with all 3 timeouts. Carolina not interested, but they've got 3 timeouts should they need it. Ashford on 2nd and 8. Pulls, sprint out to his right, looking to throw downfield. Got a man one-on-one coverage, and the catch is made inside the Tiger 35 down to the 30-yard line. DeLavon Campbell went up and got it, and a flag way back at the 43, and Carolina looks dejected. They are making their way back.
Offense number 3. Penalty is half the distance to the previous spot. Repeat 2nd down.
Mazio Bennett Jr. little pushing and shoving away from the play, and that will negate a huge catch down that far sideline. And unfortunately, the Tigers have a player slow to get up.
Yeah, it looks like Zy Alexander.
Alexander was on coverage, and now he is down, rolling over now on his back as the trainers take a look at him just a few feet off the Tigers sideline. And Alexander, what a tough loss that would be. Of course, did not play in the opener. Excited to see him get out there, Jacob, last week in the win over Nichols. And I mean, without question, I think he's probably the most experienced and veteran and talented cornerback that LSU has.
Yeah, he solidifies a lot of things for you in the back end where you've got young players, right? You got P.J. Woodland, who's a freshman. You got Ashton Stamps, who's a true sophomore. You got a couple of transfers. And so getting a Zy Alexander in there, he really just brings a veteran presence. And last week, he was your highest graded player on defense. And, playing the ball right there, looks like he kind of got tangled up coming off that ACL, and he's certainly been slow to move.
So again, the play and the penalty backs up the Gamecocks. That'll be their 8th penalty of the day for 95 yards. And Carolina fans getting a little restless here. As now Alexander, for the most part on his own power, makes his way off to the sideline. Let's see if he's going to have a seat on the bleacher over there, not going into the medical tent as of yet. A good sign was he was walking on his own power. So back to after the infraction, 3rd and 22. They moved second down. They moved them back inside their own 15-yard line. Ball marked at the 13 of Carolina. Trip receivers right, one to the left. Ashford motion Sanders just prior to the snap. Set him up with a swing pass. LSU was there. They missed one arm tackle. He comes back to the near side trying to get ahead of steam. Steps inside a blocker at the 15, across the 20, and finally upended at the 25-yard line. Ooh, a little late hit that time. Carolina thought it would bring a flag. We don't see one yet as they kind of carried Sanders into the Carolina sidelines, but
yeah, that was a lot of hoping, I think. It wasn't anything egregious. It kind of started.
He was trying to get extra yards, and the Tigers were trying to stop him. Both momentum carried him into the sidelines.
It's a nice play by him. I mean,
12-yard gain makes it 3rd and 11.
That play was going for a loss all day long, and he reverses his field and was able to get not only something, but a very positive play for South Carolina.
Moves the football out to the 24-yard line. Carolina today just 3 of 9 on 3rd down. So a huge bingo pest product 3rd down for this LSU defense. 3rd and 11 from the 24. Ashford, deep drop, looking to throw. Tight pocket. Ball comes out. LSU trying to scoop it, and they do inside the 15. The Tiger defense with a huge turnover. Major Burns scoops it up. And LSU, for the second time, has gotten Carolina to cough up the football deep inside their own territory, but it looks like we got an Ashford slow to get up.
First down for LSU.
And it will be a fumble recovery by LSU. 1st down and 10 for the Fighting Tigers.
I know there's going to be a lot made of some of the big runs that LSU's given up on defense. I know it's going to be a storyline, one of the narratives after this game. But let's not forget what they've done when their back's been against the wall. They've gotten turnovers. They've gotten sacks. They've turned, what seemed like it was going to be a touchdown drive into field goals. It has not been perfect by any means, but this defense is fighting like hell to keep LSU in this game. Now gives them a great opportunity to go score some points.
33-29, Carolina with the lead, but a huge turnover again. Great field position. 1st down and 10 with a ball marked at the Carolina 12-yard line. Garrett Nussmeier and the Tiger offense. Sets it up with 2 wide to the left. Lacy, lone receiver to the right side. They scrimmage from the near side hash, attacking left to right. Chester nose over the football. He'll snap it back to Nussmeier. Nuss looking to throw towards the left corner of the end zone. Trying to adjust is Sampson, but it's incomplete, out of his reach. It'll be 2nd down and 10 from the 12. That's pretty good coverage there in a tight space.
Yeah, that's been something going back to last week against Nichols. Anything that's kind of on that boundary, any of those kind of fade routes in the red zone has not been Garrett Nussmeier's best moment. It's really been something that he hasn't been able to connect on over the last couple of weeks.
Judge Collier, the cornerback on that far side, with excellent coverage. 2nd down and 10 from the 12. Durham, the running back. And nope, it's Williams, the running back, but movement up front, and the play is halted. That's going to be penalty number 10, or rather 9 for LSU.
Remains second down.
Move it to 2nd and 15. Back it up. Still inside the Capital One red zone at the Carolina 17-yard line with 6:57 remaining in the game. LSU trailing 33-29, but the defense hands the football over after a fumble recovery. Must-score situation here if you're LSU.
Yeah, it's the pre-snap stuff that's really starting to pile up for LSU. Just not on the same page between center, lineman, quarterback.
Nussmeier again in the shotgun. Williams the running back. Williams will get the carry, go straight ahead back inside the 15, but stopped just shy of the 12. A gain of 5 before Demetrius Knight there to make the stop for Carolina. Tigers 5 for 11 so far today on 3rd down, looking at 3rd and 11 from the Carolina 13. Gamecock fans turning Williams-Brice to 11 as Nussmeier faces that packed end zone to our right.
That last play call almost makes me believe. I mean, 4-down territory, field goal to cut the lead is maybe not an option right now.
On 3rd down and 11, Nussmeier shotgun snap, stands in the pocket, fires, intercepted at the goal line. Carolina brings it the other way up the near sideline. Flags come out. Emanwari, though, is going all the way to the house. He'll make his way to the end zone there. There are 3 flags down on the field at the Carolina 18-yard line. So hold the phone. We'll see what this is all about. Yeah, there's 3 flags down, 2 to the near side of the hash and 1 on the far side.
I'm wondering, it's on the hit on Garrett Nussmeier. I don't know if it was if it was after the interception, which is just going to bring this thing back and it'll be South Carolina ball, or they hit him and it's roughing the quarterback.
Again, pressure on Nussmeier. He released the ball, but it kind of fluttered, and Emanwari just had to wait for it right there at the goal line. And it will be Carolina ball as their official.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, defense number 5. It was after the interception. Half of this is the spotted foul. First down for South Carolina.
So it will be a turnover. Nussmeier with the INT. Negate the points for Carolina, but they still have the ball and a 33-29 lead. Red zone woes continue for LSU. 2 big opportunities in this game. One resulted in a stuff at the 1-yard line, turnover on downs. This one results in an interception. It will be 1st and 10 after the infraction. Carolina will start from their own 10-yard line. Fans join MMR, the largest privately owned open shop electrical and instrumentation contractor in the nation, proud partner of LSU Athletics. 5:58 remains in the game. Both teams again with 3 timeouts. On top of the 2-minute timeout that will come in a little less than 4 minutes. Rocket Sanders back there with Robbie Ashford. Again, the Tiger defense of LSU going to be called upon here. Trying to make this a quick possession for South Carolina. Ashford, design quarterback draw, breaks it off the left edge, and great open field tackle brings him down. Whit Weeks makes the stop after he reached the 13-yard line, a gain of 3. 2nd down and 7 for the Gamecocks. In no hurry here with under 5.5, or under 5:45. I should be exact. 5:38 clock moving.
Yeah, that's where he gets dangerous, and Weeks made a heck of a play there. He kind of goes up the middle, kind of wants you to lose contain, and he'll hit the edges with the speed to do it.
They'll say 2nd down and a long 6. They'll give it to Sanders. Sanders straight ahead, crosses over the 20, or rather 15. He stopped at the 19, but a yard shy, maybe 2 yards shy of the first down sticks. Braden Swinson along with Paris Shan combined on the stop for LSU. It'll be 3rd down and 2, and we got a Tiger a little slow to get up. Looks like that's Braden Swinson who was in on that tackle. He's down at about the 16-yard line. And that brings the Bluebirds out here from Carolina.
Remember, he was hobbled a little bit earlier on the sideline. I believe it was after the 2-point conversion attempt that they had. So looks like maybe a cramp. Certainly looked like he was cramping earlier in the game, but he's somebody LSU needs out there with how well he's played today.
So a pause in action, and LSU player down, and Braden Swinson. Tigers, of course, fortunate to have a healthcare partner like Our Lady of the Lake. to provide exceptional care when something like this happens. Their regional medical center down the street from campus is the region's only level 1 trauma center and where athletes go when they need further care. Still taking a look at Swinson down there at the 16-yard line. Both teams go to their respective sidelines here. Again, 5:09 the clock stop. It'll be a huge third down for this LSU defense, looking at 3rd and 2 inside the Carolina 20 at the 18-yard line. Jacob, you said it earlier, this defense, while they've given up some big chunk plays today, they have answered the bell on a few occasions. This would be a great time to do the same.
Yeah, it's been when they've been at their best, whenever that big play had to come. And this one is going to be the biggest one in the game. You get them off the field, you get the football back with more than 4 minutes left. If not, you're going to have a lot of clock churn off here before you can get the ball back, if you get the ball back.
Bingo Pest Product third down for this Tiger defense. 3rd down and 2 from the Carolina 18-yard line. Ashford in the shotgun. Again, the defense shifts and immediately flags come out. They shifted the front to the left.
Oh, they're going to meet. If they call disconcerting signals.
So the officials trying to back up both teams at the line of scrimmage, and we will get the call from Jason Autry, but Carolina.
Ball start. Offense number 53. 5-yard penalty. Remains third down.
So it goes against the Gamecocks. That'll be their 11th penalty of the day.
I would have bet you a cold beer that was going to be disconcerting signals with the way they met.
Check that. 10th penalty. 111 yards in penalties today for the homestanding Gamecocks. That'll make it 3rd and 7. They back it up to the 13. 33-29, South Carolina leads. 4:45 remains in this SEC tilt. Ashford, shotgun snap, got a bunch of lead blockers. He's looking to run far side, stretch the field. LSU crashes through the blockers and brings him down at the 12-yard line. Greg Penn and Major Burns fought right through 3 Carolina blockers leading Ashford. He goes nowhere. And it's 4th and 8. They lost a yard on the play. They'll have to punt it away with 4:22 remaining in the game.
Jacob, I don't think there was any way they were putting that ball
No.
up after that fumble last time. That was a safe play. And see if Shane Beamer's going to see if his defense can hold LSU one more time.
Yeah, you're right, Gordy. I mean, LSU's pass rush has been getting after South Carolina, certainly in the second half. They were taking no chances there.
Kai Kroger, 3 yards deep in his own end zone, waiting on the snap to punt it away. He'll let it fly with the left foot. Xavion Thomas coming over near side. It'll take a bounce at the 50. Thomas going to pick it up on the hop, far sideline, hit, and eventually his foot steps out of bounds. But good field position after a nice punt of 47 yards. LSU will start at about the 41 of their own. With 3:46 remaining, 3 timeouts in Brian Kelly's hip pocket. Down 33-29 to South Carolina.
Pretty good field position here for LSU, certainly after the interception. It looks like it's going the other way. Game's going to be out of hand. The defense yet again comes up with another great series of getting the offense back to football. Looks like Garrett Nussmeier is okay after that late hit.
Nussmeier, 23 of 36, 256 yards, 2 passing touchdowns. They place the football actually at the 45-yard line. They'll say that's where Thomas stepped out first before being brought back by Carolina's special teams. So a little better start than we initially thought. Nussmeier in the shotgun from the far side hash. 1st and 10 from their own 45. Here's the snap. Give to Durham. Off the left side with room, gets to midfield, breaks the tackle, gets to the 45 of Carolina. Was 2nd and 3rd effort for the freshman Caden Durham. Emanwari eventually coming up, makes the stop. But the Tigers pick up a Louisiana Blue 1st down and reach Carolina territory now to the 45 with 3:28 remaining on the 4th quarter clock. The chain crew taking some time. And there's a Gamecock slow to get up on that far side. It was Emanwari who made the tackle, so he is rolling and writhing in pain over there as the trainers come from the near side to the far side. So that will stop action with 3:28. 33-29, South Carolina leading.
I do like the decision to run there. A lot of times you get into, obviously a 2-minute situation, but even in a 4-minute situation when you need to go score, a lot of people just put it in the air. Look, Caden Durham's been maybe your most consistent offensive player. I mean, I don't know that I've seen him run like this. It's been highly impressive. And so quick first down run. And now, CB, you still have the threat. You've got your timeouts. You have got 3:28 on the clock, and that's still something they have to respect.
Emanwari now. A little help from the trainers up on his feet. Making his way to the Carolina sideline. It'll be 1st and 10 for LSU at the South Carolina 45-yard line. Again, LSU Athletics would like to thank its Team LSU corporate partners, Cox, McDonald's, Our Lady of the Lake, Albertsons, Louisiana Blue, Coca-Cola, and Hancock Whitney. 33-29, South Carolina with the lead. Opening SEC game for LSU. The Gamecocks already 1-0 in league play with a win over Kentucky last week. Clock begins to move, 3 minutes, 25 seconds. 1st and 10 from the 45 as Nussmeier in the shotgun will take the snap. Looking to buy some time. Steps up, fires far side in the fingertips, but dropped by Lacy at the 30-yard line of Carolina on that boundary. Durham did a pretty good job to give Nussmeier a little extra time to slide to the left. But DQ Smith covering like a blanket on Lacy and just hit off his hands incomplete. 2nd down and 10 now at the Carolina 45.
Yeah, it's a really nice job. You mentioned it, being able to slide and get that throw off in the pocket.
Again, working from the far side hash. Looked like there was movement. No whistle. And here's Durham on the carry, trying to bounce it outside. Grabbed by the ankle. Still stays upright. Makes his way to the 41 after picking up 4 yards. Debo Williams, the veteran linebacker for Carolina, able to eventually get him down. It'll be 3rd down and 6 at the 41. We'll see Josh Williams check in. Huge 3rd down. With under 3 to play. Clock moving, 2 minutes, 48 seconds. Everybody in this vicinity, in this building, on their feet. Carolina and LSU. 3rd and 6 for Nussmeier and the Tigers. Taylor motions at the snap. Handoff Williams. Williams straight ahead. Squirts free inside the 40. Stopped at the 38-yard line. And he looks like he's 2 yards short of the line to gain at the Carolina 35.
Yeah, it looked like they were going to try to catch him like they did early in the game on that long 3rd and 9 touchdown run. See if they could catch them maybe in some, personnel where they were expecting pass.
LSU going to go for it here. They're 2 for 3 on 4th down. Nussmeier looking to throw, gets a free play with an offsides, coming back for it. Catch made at the 10-yard line by Lacy. They'll say it's a catch at the Carolina 10. Nussmeier with a heads-up play. Carolina got jumpy, got a free play, and Nussmeier just tossed it up in the air to his number 1 target, Kyren Lacy. 28-yard gain down to the Carolina 10.
Offside, defense number 5. The penalty is declined. The result plays a 1st down.
Tigers come up big on 4th down. They go to Kyren Lacy. It will be 1st down, goal to go at the Carolina 10. 2:03 remaining. They still have some trouble with the chain crew. They're slowly making their way down there to get out of the way.
Yeah, I think the crowd's mad because Lacy went out of bounds. But remember, you go out of bounds, you can come back in. Yeah.
Yep. Looks like timeout going to be taken here.
Review, timeout.
So they are going to take a look to see whether or not Lacy, A, made the catch inbounds, B, whether or not he was able to reestablish himself. So this could be huge. It'll be our 4th review of the day, brought to you by Acme Oyster House. So, as we say, hold the phone. Nussmeier saw he had a free play, launched it up. Lacy making the catch, ruled the catch at the 10, but now under review with 2:03 remaining. And remember, again, the penalty initially declined by LSU. They took the play when it was ruled a catch to make it 1st and 10 at the Carolina 12, actually, is where they marked it. Initially looked like the 10-yard line, but they say the 12. But we go under review, and Jason Autry, it doesn't look good on this review from up here.
Yeah, it looks like you might have a knee hit.
Yeah, it looks like his right knee was down on the white line when he made the grab. So whether or not he reestablished or did not reestablish really doesn't matter. The catch was made with his knee on the white line out of bounds, and I think this one's going to be overturned.
But the good thing is, obviously, you get the first yardage with the accepted penalty, first down yardage with the accepted penalty.
Yep, that's the good news, is even if it's overturned by review, the penalty will set up LSU 1st and 10, I believe, at the 33 of Carolina. And we have a decision. We'll hear from Jason Autry in just a moment. But again, it did not look good watching the replay coming from the pylon down the far sideline. And they're still talking it over, although the headset and viewfinder is off the field. And they're still talking it over.
It's been a common theme today. Probably trying to figure out where the ball is going to be placed.
After review, it's an incomplete pass. The receiver's knee was out of bounds when he gained possession. However, the 5-yard offside penalty will be enforced. It results in a first down for LSU at the 33-yard line.
So it will be 1st and 10 at the 33. So a fresh set of downs for LSU. Again, the Gamecocks have been aggressive up front all day. That time got jumpy. And so even though you don't get the play on the catch, you do get a fresh set of downs. And now they're set to mark it off, and they'll place the ball down. We guesstimate at the 33. It appears that will be the case. Again, 2:03 remaining. Each team still with 3 timeouts. 33-29, South Carolina led 17-0 in the first half over LSU. Tigers enjoyed the lead just for a few moments there in the third quarter, but Carolina came back and lead by 4 late. 1st and 10 from the 33. Nussmeier in the shotgun. Waiting on the snap, he gets it. Steps back in the pocket, has time, launches the football, looking for Lacy. Grabbed at the 5-yard line, out of bounds, far side. 1st and 10. Oh, they say he dropped it. Oh, my goodness. It looked like he...
timeout.
Oh, he looked like he made the catch and then lost it as he went out of bounds. So it's incomplete. And there's a Gamecock slow to get up down there at the 5 on coverage. And we hit the 2-minute timeout. So 1:56 remaining. Looked like Lacy had made the play, but did not hold on as he was headed out of bounds on the far side. So it will be 2nd and 10 from the 33 with 1:56 to play, and the Tigers trailing 33-29 to South Carolina. Back after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Join the school with the winning track record in education. With LSU Online and Continuing Education, choose from over 150 degrees, certificates, and courses designed to match your specific goals. Earn the same on-campus degree from anywhere with flexible learning options tailored to your needs. You'll call the plays. Start your journey to success today at online.lsu.edu.
The Toyota Tundra's powerful, available iForce V6 engine means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. To your cousins, the Tundra means as they jump off the boat onto the sandbar. To your co-pilots, the Tundra means an extra comfortable journey. And to you, the Tundra means whoa. Toyota is a proud sponsor of LSU Athletics. Go big or go home in a 2025 Tundra. Built to take you wherever the road leads. Find yours today. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at toyota.com for feature availability.
NIL is dominating the college sports scene, and LSU has positioned itself at the front of the pack. But to remain competitive and stay ahead of the rest, we need your support. Bayou Traditions is the official NIL collective of LSU Athletics. Join the tradition and become a member by signing up online at BayouTraditionsCollective.com. Members receive exclusive access to LSU student athletes that you can't get anywhere else. Help ensure LSU remains a leader in the NIL arena. Sign up today at BayouTraditionsCollective.com.
Back to fourth quarter action of LSU Fighting Tiger football. Presented by J&J Exterminating from the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Back back here at Williams-Brice Stadium with 1:56 to go in this SEC game. South Carolina leading 33-29. Just before we stepped away, it looked like, from our vantage point, that Kyren Lacy had made an over-the-shoulder catch at the 10-yard line, then was bounced out of bounds. One official said catch. The other came running in, said incomplete. He didn't finish the play. We watched the replay here in the booth, and Jacob, you looked at it. Patrick Wright looked at it. Crafton looked at it. It looked like Lacy made the grab, took maybe 2 full strides. Emanwari then hit him to get him out of bounds, and then the ball came out as he went tumbling into some fans on the sideline. And it looked like they were just going to say, hey, incomplete pass, 2nd down at 10. And then late in this timeout, Jason Autry, our crew chief, came over, and now they're actually under review, our 5th review of the game, presented by Acme Oyster House. But again, I have nightmares of Texas A&M and what is a catch and what is a football move. But it looked like Lacy. Now, granted, he had it with his left hand. I think if he cradles it in, he doesn't drop it at all. But because he had it with one hand, it looked like he made a football move to make the catch. But we'll wait and see. Again, they ruled it incomplete, which means it's 2nd down at 10 at the 33.
Yeah.
If they overturn it, it's going to be 1st down goal to go with the Carolina 10.
What's funny is the ref that called it a no catch didn't say he was bobbling incomplete. He did like his feet were out of bounds. He didn't get a foot in bounds, and he got 2 full steps in. And so he looked like he had firm control. Like, I know when you hit the ground, that's when it was loose, but it's 2 steps with control. And then, like, if you have, you're still trying to get control, and then you hit the ground, it pops out, and you don't get but 1 step. He had full control of that football when he goes out of bounds.
Yeah, I was watching, and again, we do not have the best vantage point here. We're kind of looking up over our heads, but it appeared he never even bobbled the ball until he was sitting already out of bounds, but that looks like a catch.
He's right in the pad. I think it's going to be a catch.
After video review, the ruling is a completed catch at the 4-yard line. The receiver had possession of the ball with 2 feet on the ground prior to contact by the defense. It's 1st and goal LSU.
So it will be 1st and goal, and it will be at the Carolina 4. That's where he went out of bounds. So the review goes LSU's way with 1:56 to go. What a throw by Nuss. What a catch by Lacy. Emanwari, by the way, who delivered that blow, was slow to get up. He had to check out, come over to the near sideline, and he's been active in that Carolina secondary today. But LSU now, 1st down, goal to go from the Carolina 4. Kyren Lacy today, a little slow start, but he's got 5 catches for the Tigers for 34 yards and a touch. Tigers break from the huddle. 1st down, goal to go from the Carolina 4. Nussmeier under center. Little sprint out to the right. Looking, spreading the play, tosses it, and it is incomplete right at the front of the goal line. In traffic as well. Got nervous with all those white hats around the football, but luckily it falls harmlessly to the grass. Looking for Kamorian Pimpton, the tight end.
Yeah, I think he was expecting Pimpton to kind of come back to the football there. And, look, he hadn't been in that situation a lot, does not. LSU and Garrett Nussmeier very fortunate to keep possession there.
Down by 4. They've got to find the end zone. 2nd down, goal to go with the Carolina 4. Carolina's defense stood strong in the first half. LSU in this same situation found Mason Taylor in the second half for a score. Handoff. Williams, flag comes out. Williams still churning. Gets his way down maybe to the 2-yard line, but a flag came out immediately after the handoff.
Good. That's preliminary call. It's going to go against South Carolina offsides.
Well, it looks like offsides, the indication from LSU. We'll hear it officially from our crew chief in just a moment. Well, he forgot to turn his mic on.
Yeah, he's done that a couple of times, Chris, and then he's had to repeat himself a couple of times with the microphone actually on.
League might want to look into maybe a mic man to help out.
and I'll tell you this, guys, Nuss is limping. On that bootleg, he came out of that play and was limping, so I'm not sure how much mobility he's got in him, and I'm sure Joe Sloan's taking that into consideration.
So now it will be 2nd down, goal to go from the Carolina 2. 33-29, South Carolina leading by 4. There's 1:35 to go in this one. Tigers huddle up, 14 on the play clock. They'll break from the huddle. Ball just inside the far hash mark. Nussmeier in the shotgun. Josh Williams, the running back. And after they line up, timeout going to be called by LSU. They'll take a timeout, their first of the second half. Timeout presented by Coshada. Escape to the largest casino resort in Louisiana. Coshada Casino Resort, Louisiana's best bet. They lined up, took a look at the defensive front. Coach Kelly says we've got 3 of them. Let's use it here. Looking at second down, goal to go from the 2. Everybody in this building, roughly 75,000, maybe 70, a little over 70,000. Capacity right at 78. Not completely full today. The upper decks have some open areas, but everybody who is here is either on their feet or on the edge of their seat.
You've had a situation where everyone is kind of coming down from the top and they're crowding where they're not supposed to be.
Yes.
And you've got the student section that is just filled right there. What's supposed to be a walkway is filled with South Carolina students.
So the timeout, LSU talking it over here. On the road in the SEC opener, trailing by 4 to South Carolina, 33-29. We'll check the personnel after the timeout. They'll stick with Josh Williams at running back. They'll have Daniels along with double tights, Pimpton and Taylor. Daniels and Lacy will line up wide to the right side. That's the wide side of the field. Second down, goal to go from the Carolina 2. Taylor motions out farther into the slot, right side. Nussmeier sprint out to his right. Throws the ball back corner and out of the reach, incomplete. Looking for Daniels. It's off his fingertips. That will set up third down, goal to go from the 2.
Yeah,
Gordy's right, Jacob. And you can see Nussmeier just kind of slowly favoring that right leg.
Yeah, I know they love that play to get him moving to his right, but he does not look fully healthy right now. Really struggling to sprint out there, not really being able to get anything behind that throw on target.
Third down, goal to go from the Carolina 2. Nussmeier in the shotgun along with Williams. Here's the snap. Williams goes left side. Williams into the end zone. Put a Tiger 6 on it. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers of LSU. 2-yard touchdown for Josh Williams. And it's 35-33 with a point after try upcoming with 1:12 to go in this one. Ramos out to try to add one more. Williams, the veteran running back, out of Houston, Texas, former walk-on, now on scholarship, back for another season. Already with his LSU degree in hand. That's his 12th rushing touchdown as a Tiger, and a big one there to give LSU a 2-point lead, trying to make it 3 off the foot of Ramos. Snap, placement, kick is up, kick on the way, and the kick is good. LSU leads for just the second time today, 36-33 with 1:12 to go.
It was the motion, I think, that really gave LSU some breathing room. Remember, South Carolina used it to their advantage earlier. It was the motion to just spread things out just enough for Josh Williams to find a crease and finish in the end zone there. So a nice kind of addition to the run game that they had down there at the goal line they didn't have earlier in the game.
8 plays, 55 yards, 2 minutes and 34 seconds before veteran Josh Williams blasted into the end zone. That's your scoring drive recap presented by LSU Online. Score big in your career with LSU Online and continuing education. Still 1:12. Carolina still with 3 timeouts. Aaron Burrell will set it up at the 35. They'll have McDowell back deep for the Gamecocks. South Carolina welcome in the Akron Zips. Coming up on the 21st here at Williams-Brice with a kickoff at 6:30. LSU will stay out of conference next week. They'll take on UCLA in that return game. Time to be determined. Either 2:30 or 3:15. They'll have a 6-day hold on that. We'll find out on Monday when the Bruins and Tigers get together at legendary Tiger Stadium. Burrell booms this one. Again, no chance for a return all the way to the hedges behind the goalpost off the foot of Burrell. It'll be first down at 10 at the 25 for Carolina. That one almost good for 3 from Burrell. That may have crossed the crossbar.
Yeah, it's just how we do it in the 3-1 grade, Now, don't ask me to go out there and try to do that.
Burrell. Coach Kelly told me prior to the season, he said, hey, when he gets healthy, this guy, he can put it into the seats.
Yeah.
So now it's up to the Tiger defense. First down and 10 at the 25. Carolina again relying on quarterback Robbie Ashford, the backup, with Lenore Sellers injured late in the second quarter. Raheem Sanders, the running back. Ashford wanting to throw. Now he's going to step up and run. He's got a lot of green grass and eventually brought down as he crosses the 30 to the 33-yard line, just shy of the 34. A 9-yard pickup. Weeks and Savion Jones were there to make the tackle middle of the field. Clock is running, under a minute to play with 54 seconds. Ashford steps back in the pocket. Tight pocket. He's grabbed and he's dropped. Back at the 25-yard line. South Carolina calls the timeout to stop the clock with 48 seconds. But Braden Swinson, who has been tremendous today, picks up another sack for this LSU defense. That sack brought to you by Train. It's hard to stop the Tigers. It's hard to stop a Train. Big-time play. Sets Carolina back. It's now 3rd down and 9 from the 26 as they burn their first timeout.
And Gordy, I'll bring this one down to you on the field. It was big for a couple of reasons. One, because of the sack. That's the obvious one. But there was going to be a pretty big hole in the middle of that football field. That's what Robbie Ashford's looking for right now. He's looking for any gap to be able to hit, kind of a big hitter right there in the middle.
No, absolutely. I've got to account for Robbie Ashford. I'm going to spy somebody on Robbie. And the second thing, I don't want to give up anything over the top. Ashford is not known for being necessarily an accurate thrower, or make him pick you apart down the football field and make him do it from the pocket throwing the ball.
LSU 5 sacks today, 3 of those for Braden Swinson. 48 seconds remain. Still 2 timeouts remaining for Carolina, looking at 3rd and 9 at the 26 of their own. Down to LSU 36-33. Ashford again sets up in the shotgun. He'll take the snap, looking downfield. Has to step right out of the pocket. Throws, catch made at the 43-yard line. Now across midfield and making his way to LSU's 41 is going to be a 30-yard reception. And a first down for Carolina, playing on the Tiger side of the field, looking at 1st down and 10. Again, clock running. Van Darius made the catch and a snap, but a flag comes out, stops the play as they were looking to hit Raheem Sanders near side, but whistles stopped everything on that 1st down snap. Vandrevius Jacobs with a huge play for Carolina after the sack given up. They hit him across the middle of the field. He goes for yards after the catch.
Never got set. The all-11 never got set prior to the snap. The clock was running at the time of the foul. South Carolina selected to use a timeout to avoid a 10-second runoff.
So they have to burn the timeout to avoid the runoff there. So they'll be left with 1 timeout remaining as that penalty, again, throw that on the pile for Carolina today. 13 penalties, 123 penalty yards. While we have a moment, let's pause. Nope. Let's hold it right here. That was a quick timeout just to save the clock. So they're lining it up on 1st and 15 from the 47. 2 wide to the right, 1 to the left side. 4 down linemen for LSU. Ashford in the shotgun. Ball placed at the 47-yard line of the Tigers. Ashford again. Dumps out of the pocket, wants to run, gets down inside the 40 to the 35, and eventually stopped right at the 1st down sticks at the 32-yard line. He'll pick up the 1st down for Carolina. They'll call the timeout with 26 seconds remaining.
You have to spy.
Nope.
That's all.
They didn't call the timeout. Yeah. They'll keep it going. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Ashford in the pocket. Throws in the hands, but dropped right across the middle of the field. Mazio Bennett had it in his hands. He had separation and just couldn't follow it in. 2nd down and 10 from the 32. The clock stops with 18 seconds. We mentioned Herrera, long of 46 earlier this season against Old Dominion.
Right there, you actually, the last 2 plays, you've had Gabe Relaford line up at Mike linebacker, right? The defensive end, the edge defender, and he's kind of rushed on the center and trying to choose the A-gap there, but it does leave you vulnerable to the play that we just saw where the quarterback can go up the middle of your defense.
2nd down and 10. Handoff. Sanders goes nowhere. May trying to position here for a field goal. He just kind of wanted to get closer to the middle of the field and almost went down on his own at the 31 before Whit Weeks helped him go down. And with 4 seconds, Carolina going to call the timeout. Again, just putting a quick eyeball on it here. You're looking at right at that season long. It'll be about a 48-yard try here for Herrera. Again, he hit one from 46 against the Monarchs in the opening game here at Williams-Brice. Gordy, real quick, a sunshine update. I know the field of play is down under the street. It's breezy up top. We can see the flags flying, but what's it like down on the field?
No, you can barely feel it. I'll tell you, his last field goal didn't have a whole lot extra on it. It just got to the net. And, I mean, the net is about 5 yards, maybe 7 yards behind the goalpost. There's not a lot of room here, so it's not as if he crushed that last one. So we'll see. I got it at 49.
Yep.
On the left hash.
It'll be a 49-yard attempt from the left hash. 5 seconds they put on the clock. LSU leads by 3, 36-33. Herrera lines it up, waiting on the snap, and here comes the timeout, trying to ice the kicker. Coach Kelly calls the timeout. Herrera goes ahead and kicks it. And the kick looked like it would have had plenty of distance. It was on, and it missed wide right, but he had plenty of leg. But the timeout, Coach Kelly going to make him think about it a little bit more here. Again, 5 seconds remaining in this game. Carolina came out on fire, had a 17-0 lead almost before you could dig into your popcorn here at Williams-Brice Stadium. And LSU, again, just kept playing, kind of stabilized defensively, got a couple of stops, forced some turnovers. LSU's offense got into a groove. Again, 417 yards total offense for the Tigers today, 285 through the air, 132, which is an encouraging sign on the ground. Led again by Caden Durham, the true freshman, 11 carries, 98 yards, 2 rushing scores for the Tigers today. So after the timeout, Herrera again will line it up. It's a 49-yard try, kicking right to left from the inside hash mark closest to the near sideline. 5 seconds remains in this game. Waiting on the snap. Here it comes. Placement is down. The kick is up. Doesn't have a lot of distance, but this one is no good, and LSU will get out of Columbia with the win. Tigers win on a field goal wide right off the foot of Herrera. The 49-yarder does not go, and LSU will sneak out of the Palmetto State with a 3-point victory, 36-33. Coach Kelly and his Bayou Bengals, they move to 2-1 on the season. More importantly, they get their first conference win. 1-0 are the Tigers as the Gamecocks look dejected after what was a hard-fought football game here today. But LSU will head back to Baton Rouge with a 36-33 win after a missed 49-yard field goal off the foot of Alex Herrera. That's the final from Columbia. The Fighting Tigers of LSU hold on to victory. 36-33, the final. They've already taken that off the scoreboard, but we're happy to tell you it is 36-33. Tigers win. We'll return with more after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Shout out to the fam, man. Appreciate y'all being in the Tough Tiger Talk recap. Man, what a game, man. What can I tell y'all, man? This was, I don't know what to say about this one, man, but a tough one. They go down there. South Carolina was about the business. Tough playing down there. The atmosphere was difficult. Man, it's just one of them games, man, where we led pretty, we trailed the majority of this game, man, and ultimately LSU was able to put 14 points up in the fourth quarter, ultimately take the game away from South Carolina in South Carolina. That was a real interesting contest, wasn't it, fam? I don't know what to make of that one, man. They win. LSU win. They improve to 2-1. They get their first SEC conference win over South Carolina. It was a tough one, man. What can I tell you? it kind of showed some stuff, man. We've seen a lot of positives in this contest, to be honest with you, fam. Shout out to y'all, man. I'm Big Q in this episode of the Tough Tiger Talk recap, man. Appreciate y'all being here during the stream. It was an interesting game. Wouldn't y'all say, fam? Very interesting matchup. LSU wins 36-33. Boy, oh boy, what an interesting game. Let's hit some of the statistics, man, here in the matchup here. First down, 26-18 LSU. Here in it, fourth down, both teams 0 for 1. The total yards, LSU almost 417 yards. South Carolina almost 400. A lot of yards here. 285 versus 155 throwing the ball. For the quarterbacks, LSU averaged over 7 yards per throw. South Carolina almost 8. Both had interceptions, and which was really interesting is South Carolina had over 240 yards rushing against LSU's defense, man. We had a $132 on 32 carries, 4 plus 1 yard per carry. South Carolina 243, 41 rushing attempts, 6 yards a carry. Penalties were ridiculous for South Carolina that ultimately did them in. That was the really biggest take in terms of what happened with South Carolina is 13 penalties for 120 plus yards. And down the stretch, it got really ridiculous too. What happened with this team, and ultimately you've seen how it all went to hell in the handbasket for them. 9 penalties for 75 yards, but 13 penalties for 123 yards. And it was several times down the stretch in the fourth quarter where South Carolina had opportunities to do. The guy jumps offside there. That helps, sets up, and gets them down there, and it just went away. You can't have 13 penalties for 123 yards and plus turnovers and expect to beat any SEC team. LSU was able to take advantage of the follies and the miscues of South Carolina, and were able to squeak through. Time of possession, LSU almost 33 minutes versus 27:03 for South Carolina. All right, big ups to the fam. Good to see you, Roll. Devin M. Dot says, I'm going to crank the grill up. Y'all enjoy the rest of the games today. Catch up. All right, shout out to you, M. Dot. Appreciate you, man, for being in the stream. Now, let's go individual, man, in this as well. Kind of look at the really solid performance by some of our guys, man. 24 attempts by Nussmeier for 40 attempts, 24-40 for 285. Very respectable numbers. He averaged over 7 yards to throw, 2 touchdowns and a pick by Nussmeier. LSU's rushing attack really came online. Caden Durham played really well. 11 carries. He had 98 yards, but he averaged almost a first down every time he rushed the ball. Something tell me that Caden Durham is going to have plenty of opportunities in the future to be running back for LSU. Caleb Jackson, 7 carries for 27 yards, not nearly as more impactful as what Caden Durham was doing, man. He had 2 touchdowns and almost 9 yards average per carry. Josh Williams, 10 for 20. For 2, he had a score as well. So the rushing attack provided well. 32 carries for 132 yards, averaged over 4 yards per carry, and 3 rushing touchdowns from the team. Receiver-wise, LSU had a lot of playmakers there. Aaron Anderson, 5 for 95. Kyren Lacy, 5 for 63. And the touchdown, Mason Taylor, 6 for 58 in the score. 4 for 53 for CJ Daniels. No scores for him. And they were able to get it. But Kyren Lacy had several really tough catches in the day as he continued to be the top guy for them. And, of course, like we said, the fumbles lost. Garrett Nussmeier with the fumble loss. You had a recovery by Major Burns and Harold Perkins in the game. And Zaire Alexander had his pick in the matchup as well. So it's very, very promising performance in terms of what we've seen from our rushing attack finally got going. It just, you can't, all due respect, and Lenoris Sellers is very good. You know, he's very mobile. He's a very good mobile quarterback. He moves around and does his thing, but not too much on the passing game. But he does have a really good scramble ability. He was the second leading rusher behind Raheem Sanders, who put up 143 yards against him, 7.5 yards a carry and 2 touchdowns. And then Sellers was 10 scrambles for 88 yards, almost 9 yards a carry. So you put both those guys together, that accounts for over 40 carries for 243 yards, 6 yards per rush with 4 touchdowns. And that's where South Carolina was able to sustain itself in part because of the rushing attack. 4 touchdowns from the running attack, the scramble attack from South Carolina, kept them pretty much in this game until stuff started breaking down. They wasn't really passing the ball like that. You seen Lenore Sellers in there, 9 of 16 for a buck 13, 7 yards per catch. He had a throw, he had an interception there as well, and then you seen Ashford coming there 2 for 4. But it wasn't popping for those guys in there, man. You know, they're passing attack. We know they're dealing with issues with their injuries there. But in the end, LSU, and the feel of this, to be honest with you, family, because Herrera missed the field goal at the end that could have ultimately tied the game and forced overtime. What was really interesting about this game is the fact that it might have not been exactly what we wanted to see from LSU in terms of them coming out and just running and just dominating, doing whatever they do. But what it did show some of the family members is that LSU were able to stay in this game. You know, the defense stiffened. They held them to 3 field goals in the fourth quarter. The offense got going, made some stuff happen. They took advantage of the turnovers. They took advantage of the dumb penalties. By South Carolina, they were able to accrue a very difficult win over South Carolina. They improved the 2-1 LSU on a 2-game winning streak. Now have to beat Nichols in week 2. Now it's South Carolina. And now LSU will come home for 2 games, fam. They'll come home for 2 games, and they'll see what they can do against UCLA and South Alabama. Those are the next 2 games on the docket. But UCLA is next, man. UCLA, and it's like we're saying, you know, UCLA is a game now we have to watch out for. They play later on today against Indiana. Right now, they did beat Hawaii. They anticipated to beat Indiana, so they could be undefeated coming into LSU. But this should be a smackdown of the Bruins. We should be able to handle business. But like I said, one thing at a time. This was a very interesting win by LSU, trailing pretty much as they did, but we're able to fight from behind and come from behind and win the game, showing some gumption there, showing some courage, some strength there, because we're not done yet with the rest of the season. Still a lot of really good games left to play in the LSU Tigers schedule. But next up is UCLA, baby. Next up. All right. So anyway, with that being said, fam, we're going to get out on that. I appreciate y'all chiming in on the live scoreboard reaction to this thing. Rose says Nuss refused to run. He had wide open lanes to scramble. I know, and that was really frustrating. I seen Nussmeier just standing there. And then a lot of times, fam, too, I have y'all noticed that Nussmeier, he's scrambling outside the pocket and trying to throw on a run. He's very, I ain't gonna say he's super inaccurate, but remember that sure he has to really work on that aspect of his game, because you would think he does have some wheels. He's not Jaden Daniels, far few are, but he can move if he needs to. He over relies on standing in the pocket and delivering a gun pass or whatever. But when he gets outside the pocket and has to scramble around to make plays, his accuracy severely dips. We seen it in the UCLA matchup in week 1, where he had an opportunity in the last drive of the play, offensively speaking, for LSU to make a throw, toward the right sideline I think it was the running back, and he threw the ball in the ground. And then, of course, you guys, if you didn't notice, the play where he had an opportunity to throw a touchdown there, on that last offensive series, he waited too long to deliver the ball. And when he did throw it, it almost was intercepted. So at some point, people are going to recognize that if you force him out of the pocket, he's half as accurate, and his decision making at times is kind of flawed when you push him outside the pocket. So that's something to look out for. But yeah, he had plenty of opportunities to scramble and present options or difficulties for South Carolina's defense. He just elected to stand there and try to make a throw. Sometimes you got to get out of there, man. Maybe that'll be something they work on as we go forward. True Louisiano says, yeah, when he has ran before and wasn't bad with it, he must be scared for some. I don't know what it is, but maybe that's something where Coach Kelly can kind of figure that thing out, because that's one thing I noticed by watching him over these last 3 games. It's when he scrambles outside of the pocket, his accuracy dips, and his decision making at times is questionable. So he's a little too comfortable there. To be a kind of a more of a balanced quarterback, he has to be able to do because he has a gun. His decision making in the pocket is pretty solid. But when he scrambles out of there, man, they put pressure on him, push him out of there, man. It's like a fish in the desert. He don't know what to do. He's suffocating all over the damn place. All right, so listen, fam. Listen, we're going to get ready to get out on that, man. Later on, we'll play Coach Kelly's post-game press conference when it becomes available. But listen, thank you guys for tuning in to the show. Y'all feel free to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and by all means, feel free to share the show on your social media feed. Once again, LSU gets the victory against South Carolina, 36-33. They come from behind and are able to beat South Carolina, and they improve to 2-1, and they're headed into week number 4 against UCLA in Death Valley. So that's going to be a fun game as well. I anticipate LSU is going to hammer them, but that's why we play the games, right? But anyway, I'm gonna holler at y'all on next time. Much love and peace. Go Tigers.
And stay up to date for all things LSU football. You are now listening to Tough Tiger Talk Flash Report.